this one again. Hopefully microphone, yeah, it seems to be working. Alright. So. What's me? Get right into it. Yo, what's up, Gray? Hello, hello. Is it pronounced selenium? I got that right. But how you doing? How was just now you're talking a little bit about what tournament was it again? You said there's some tournament that y'all ended up doing pretty well on, which is awesome to hear. Unless I've lost my entire memory over the last week, which honestly, potentially valid. Alright. Say, gotcha. Thank you. I probably will go say. I like the short syllables. But selenium's a cool name. Alright. So we're definitely gonna have to speed stuff up. And like I was mentioning before, I'll be doing more frequent streams in the near future. So hopefully we can have multiple streams throughout the week. There'll still be some days where I'm unable to. I won't have time or I need to like relax and stuff, but we'll get back into it. Yo, what's up, Hecka? Well, Hecka, what were you competing in over the weekend? Did you play in that, like, the pickup thing? Remember, I'd like some tweet. I'm like, oh, dang that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, thank you. Because I saw your team, like, dang, that's a pretty good team. That's a pretty good team. Hopefully you had a good time. So, were there any, like, other rules to the tournament, or was it just, what's it called? Was it just, like, finding the teams, and then after that it was general tournament? Draft tournament, gotcha. Well, that sounds super fun. Trash. Is it hyphenated? I don't even know. Whatever. Wait, that's not even where I put it. Okay, I feel like I've been away for too long. My brain does not work. Okay. And then I think they have some notes. I said this is S rank, and this was open. So open S rank, and then we'll go through their notes, and then we'll get right into it. So in their notes, they said the goal right now is to get S+10. Would like to hear about positioning on offense and defense, knowing how to transition from neutral to offense more effectively, as well as knowing when and how to retreat effectively without giving up too much space too quickly. Just a standard solo open match. All momentum seems to be in our favor, but everything claps at the end. Okay, awesome. So it sounds like the result of this game Yo, what's up, Basic Clubs? And welcome in, Fizzy. Thank you for the hydrate. So it definitely sounds like this game, some of the notes that you initially mentioned are probably a little bit different than why the game potentially fell apart. So there'll be kind of two pieces to it. But I think you're definitely asking the right questions. So we will jump into it really quick. Let me... So TC on this map is... honestly, it's not too bad. But there's very specific kind of parts of the map that we need to be focused on, and in terms of controlling and in terms of like looking forward to. TC Stringer, yeah, it's a Fizzy Bomb classic. I'm surprised this isn't a submission of yours, Fizzy. But anyways, this thing work? Let's see. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Alright. 3 brackets determined by skill and groups into single elim. Oh, okay. Very cool. It sounded pretty popular. I feel like a lot of people played in that. Chips and salsa? Oof. Yeah, we did like a movie night last night and we made nachos. It was very delicious. Yours next? Oh, perfect. Alright. See, on this map, and again, I can make a circle. We're playing as the Tri-Stringer here, and as Tri-Stringer, we're probably going to be sitting on tower for most of the game, truthfully. So on offense, it really is just kind of understanding your range and being able to hit important parts of the map at specific ranges. One thing I will say about Tri-Stringer, I don't actually know its ranges, but I can guesstimate a little bit. So we'll talk about offense first, but on offense, if we're trying to push, like getting onto the tower and getting it to first checkpoint, which is like 2 inches forward, we should be able to get them, like we should be able to control this area. Sometimes people like to sit on this right side, just because it gives you a nice angle, and usually earlier on, people will take an angle like this in order to use their specials. So something like a crab, maybe charger potentially might play on this left side, and we can poke at them a little bit with our sticky bombs or whatever the Tri-Stringer fully charged up part is. Oh, Headband Redemption. I see. Alrighty, thank you. Appreciate that. My head was getting a little cold, so this helps out quite a bit. Could probably know. Gotcha. Yeah, I can kind of guesstimate for the purposes of this review, but I think it also goes as if you're playing whatever weapon, make sure you understand your ranges, especially if you're playing something like TC where your range might be gate kept a little bit. And it doesn't mean you have to like sit on tower. Like if you're a little bit off of range to hit an important spot while being on tower, like sometimes it's okay to like, you know, jump shot off the tower or do something in order to, like, it's harder to do in solo, but especially in competitive. Like there's certain parts of the map, because we play with like a charger, and like when playing with a charger, there's some checkpoints where they are totally fine being on, and then there's other checkpoints that get very awkward for them. And when it gets awkward for the charger, then we swap off. So while you are backline, generally, you know, backline likes to sit on tower, like not wrong. But if there are specific parts of the map where you feel like you can get way more value being off of the tower, I would probably get off of, like, if your team's like if your team has wiped them and they're all like pushing up this way and they're already like in front and everything, then just sit on tower. Your teammates are doing fine. But you know, if it's kind of this contest battle, especially if you have teammates that are like closer to the tower, I would ping it this way and then just like get off of the tower and then do whatever it is that you want to do. Yeah, first checkpoint, I think we're probably generally going to be like watching this kind of area and just making sure that they're not pushing through either way here. This also extends to this spot over here, just making sure that you don't get pushed up on. If your team has a good amount of control, so this is like if things are kind of neutral, but your team has enough space to like take the tower, then you check these areas. However, if your team is in like a lot of control, so if you start wiping the enemy team, or you've like staggered them and stuff, then a lot of times what the like, because again, in Splatoon, a lot of times it helps to think about what the enemy team is doing, think about what the enemy players want to be doing, and always be thinking like a couple steps ahead in terms of what they're trying to accomplish at any given point. So if we're more, like if we're fighting and it's like more neutral and there's not like a very clear, like, oh, you know, because when you're playing TC, there'll be times where it's like, okay, this team definitely has checkpoint because of the amount of control that they have. It's not worth us trying to, you know, take these very dangerous plays, swimming through their ink and trying to like, you know, make it to the tower. So in situations where you know that they're going to be, you know that you have to give up that checkpoint, then you want to start setting up for the second checkpoint. So if your team does like, let's say that you wipe a bunch of them, let's just maybe say there's a 52 somewhere, like they just came out of spawn maybe, and you're on this first tower and you're about to start moving this way, then you can think like, okay, they're coming out of spawn, they're probably going to start pushing over this way. They might drop this way, they might drop this way, they could still be over here, they might drop through this way. But, you know, second checkpoint and third checkpoint is going to be more focused on this bottom part here. So if you wipe the enemy team and they're coming out of spawn, there's a good chance that we don't really need to like look at this area. Instead, we can start, you know, checking our map, understanding where paint is gonna, like seeing where enemies are painting. But the other thing is just check the actual areas where they're they're likely going to be sitting to stop the checkpoint. And a lot of times, especially like the shorter range players, so something like the Dually, something like the 52, if they know that the checkpoint is not gonna, like, they can't get the first checkpoint, they'll set up on the second checkpoint by like sitting here and seeing if they can swing and get a free pick. Or maybe if this area is painted their color, maybe they're sitting in this area and just waiting for the tower to get to a point where they can, you know, they don't have to move at all and just hit the tower as it's going to the checkpoint. So if this first checkpoint's clear, we want to start thinking about the second one, and then that's where we start getting shots over in this area as the tri-stringer. I probably should go back to different color. But as we're approaching this second tower, start checking these areas. If this area is painted, start painting over this area. You know, getting paint over here, still probably checking this area because a lot of people rush in through this way, or they'll drop in through, you know, they can still drop in through mid. But as you're approaching the second checkpoint, you still want to continually get information on where people are. And in certain cases that you may know that they're not able to be in those areas, but we need to be thinking about these things and at least take guesses. And, you know, we make guesses and then we use our weapon to get that information. And then as we get to like the second checkpoint, we can hit these areas like pretty well. Like getting them off of these rings, a lot of times people will push up and will shark, like they'll shark like here and they're ready to jump out. And it's like, you know, they have height advantage. It's usually pretty free shots. So they'll go for those plays a lot. So we just want, like, if we can continually like keep these areas painted and keep poking at them, it helps a ton. Same thing with our kit. We have a Toxic Mist, right? I feel like I haven't seen Tri-Stringer in so long. Yeah. So like we have Toxic Mist, so we can also like hit these types of spots with like a mist or something. And this is just how we want to be thinking about the match. It's like getting ahead of things. When towers on this part, we probably have to be very careful because it's very like there's a lot of routes for people to be able to like punish us and hit us. So if we have full control, we have a good numbers advantage, then we can, just keep riding the tower. But there might be reason for us to need to, don't just stand on the tower. Like after the second checkpoint, this is kind of like the make or break. Because if you can safely be in control by the time you get to this third checkpoint, then you're probably gonna KO, honestly. But it's like this little area here when you're moving the tower is like really important because they're just you're getting closer to their high ground, so they have a lot of easy ways to be able to either jump off of their high ground and charge at the tower, or they can just punish you from the tower, like from the high ground itself. They don't even have to drop at that point. So it's really important to, again, keep these things in mind as we're moving forward. Maybe get a toxic mist in like one of these types of areas where people might be pushing us from. And if we ever need to jump off the tower, feel free to do so. I think one of the biggest issues people have in TC, especially when they're first learning the game, is being scared to jump off of the tower. Just because you can get on the tower doesn't mean you necessarily have to. And sometimes it's worth. A lot of times it's worth, unless you have like very comfortable control. It might be good to get off tower long enough for you to build another special, long enough to, have your teammates make a push, give you enough time to refill your ink so you can properly set up with your sub. A lot of these things are really important. And then just as I mentioned, special, one good use out of our, like the special, like our whale will help in a lot of cases, but I think especially with our comp as a whole, our whale is going to be really important to zone off this charger because we're going to have a hard time pushing into the charger. That's probably the biggest thing that I see. And then everything I talked about of where the enemy team wants to be, we're probably going to be doing a similar thing when we're on defense. So first checkpoint, we could be up here potentially. Or we could maybe be playing back here. Second checkpoint will probably be, I don't know if we can hit from this. That might be a little bit too far, but and we might not be just focused on the tower. We might be sitting back here. Like we might be back here, like fighting people that are like pushing up this way. So sometimes your positioning has to be dynamic based off of like what the enemy team's trying to do. And if the enemy team like takes control, 52 and spot delays, like they have the ability to like move forward and really start pressuring you. So yeah, it's really just understanding like where threats are going to be and trying to find them before you get punished for it. Can't hit that ramp. Gotcha. It seems a little far, but appreciate the verification. Yeah. So our comp, we have a lot of like zone control almost. Like we can hold like a lot of like choke points on the map we can effectively defend. Dynamo is actually kind of interesting on this map, being able to get underneath ledges and being able to punish the enemy team. But we don't have a lot of like really good aggression. So everything I'm talking about us playing slowly, we definitely want to try to be able to do. Like in this match, like take our time, find the picks before we just start getting on tower. Because if we wipe, like we're definitely the more control-y team. Once we wipe, like this team can potentially steamroll us, which based off of some of the notes, it sounds like is what happened. Is that these weapons, and especially Charger once it gets into position, like they can overwhelm our game plan. So when we get overwhelmed like that, and we'll talk about it just based off of whatever actually happens in the game. But if we start getting overwhelmed, like we don't have to defend just because we're in a position to be able to defend the tower. If we don't have the resources to be able to properly defend, usually that's an indication that we shouldn't go for it. If we need more time to build special, if we need more time to, have people spawn in, reposition, if we need more time, like we should give ourselves more time. Because if we take a fight and without enough resources, it's just gonna keep getting worse for us. And that's how we kind of KO in a lot of spots. So in certain cases, and I think the most uncomfortable thing, like if you have a lead of like 2, and then like you don't have enough resources to stop the second checkpoint, usually people can understand that. And it's like, okay, we can build and we can fight on third checkpoint, and we still have like this really nice buffer and still have a lead. I think people get really uncomfortable when they're like when they lose the lead at any point. There's something mentally of like not having the lead at that exact moment feels really bad. And in certain comps, like losing the lead can be kind of bad. Like our team, if we go down early, our life is going to be miserable. That's why we really need to play it slow, is because if we can establish a good lead early, then it can give us time if in the situations where we do get wiped or we do have to like, you know, go for like a full retake because the enemy team has full control of the map. So anyways, yeah, let's get into it. Actually, let me check. I think there's some combo happening. You can apply pressure to the gray area from their plot in front of 3. Okay. Yeah, I really need to sit in. For some of these weapons, I need to sit into the recon mode and physically have all of those ranges. But that should be something you're very comfortable with if you're, especially if you like play like a weapon a lot. Over time, you should be really comfortable with that stuff, which it sounds like you are. Nice shot. When you take that fight, the Charger, if they at higher ranks, a Charger, if you're just sitting out in the open like this and you're just charging your special, there's a good Charger can punish you. Like you're in range in this situation here, you're in range to getting splatted. And yes, this person isn't looking at us, but as we continue to improve, this person can swing their aim at us and like potentially punish us. Good Chargers will do that quite often, so we need to be a little bit careful about that. I do like going for this poke, but I don't know if I would sit here like 3 times and like go for this poke. Like keep this pressure, but then after you shoot one, maybe alternate and like focus in front of the tower and maybe alleviate some pressure from your teammates there. Or maybe you get one shot here, we're like close to our special. Maybe we get some paint, like back up a little bit, get some paint, and then use whale. And then again, we can whale the Charger. We can whale this person in front and like look to help our teammates. So again, just different ideas. I would say generally, if you're standing still and doing the same thing for a long period of time, even as a backliner, usually it's kind of scary. Especially since you're in range of this person as well. So, just be mindful. Nice shot though. And then now we get that pick, we probably can look to be a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, especially after the whale, this is where we want to start looking to reposition for the first checkpoint. So I would be very quick to get on tower, in front of tower. Nice shot. Alright. So this is I hate when I can't give hard, fast rules. Because it's hard to analyze things. But if you want to continue to climb an X rank, like as you get to S+, start playing X, as you kind of continue to keep playing, and this is exactly what you talked about in your notes. I'm gonna try my best to explain it, but yeah, there should be like when we start getting picked, we should kind of know that like the momentum's in our favor. So like we just get a pick. I think even before this, like we get the Charger pick initially and then we get the other. Like we pick the Charger, it's 3v3, so it's kind of like back and forth. The first thing I would say is that I wouldn't be playing on this right side. Like right side gives us a nice angle onto the Charger. But our camera is like really bad here. We can see a lot over here, but we have no idea what's happening on the left side. And you've like clearly indicated that like we need to be focusing left side. Right side's clear, we need to focus left side. When that happens, we need to change our positioning a little bit. And the difference between sitting here Let me go to an overhead real quick. So the difference between sitting where we're at now versus sitting right here is like night and day. Like sitting in mid allows us to have a vantage point on both sides. And even more so, we probably can, instead of positioning just in mid itself, like this is where we can probably sit on top of this block or like push up a little bit, like play somewhere in this little area here. It's a lot easier to start moving toward tower and doing objective if we can like inch up forward this way. Because as a backliner, you don't really want to be like, okay, I'm like in this position or this. Like I talked about it before. It's like, you know, if we're defending, so if we're defending the first checkpoint, for example, you know, we might be over here or we might be back here. It could even potentially be over here, depending on how the game state is. And it's not like, okay, first checkpoint, I need to be in like one of these spots. And then second checkpoint, you know, and then I talk about second checkpoint. Second checkpoint, you probably sit here. Or like here. Maybe still here. You know, like one of these types of positions. And it doesn't mean like, okay, they got the first checkpoint. It's time for me to like rotate immediately to these types of spots. It really depends on like the situation and like how we, like there's small movements. Like you can start moving towards certain areas after. But those are just like general like guidelines. And we don't like, this is a really good, like in terms of neutral, this is a great position. I would be a little bit more respectful of the charger, like I mentioned, but outside of that, I think it's okay. But in general, like as a backliner, like this whole area is generally pretty good, as well as like up here, up on the snipe area. And we probably want to get into the habit of like casually moving from one area to the other. And just kind of bounce around, you know. We see that there's literally like, there's no pressure happening on the right side. So once we get this pick, we need to focus left side. I think you do a good job of identifying that, but we need to start changing our position to be able to assist with that. And like, as we start moving left, you know, we know that like, it sounds obvious, but like we know there's people on the left side. So we have to start being careful about, you know, as we move into this position, we get closer and closer to potential threats over here. And that's okay. Like that's going to happen. But when we have like an advantage, we can start pushing. At this point, maybe we don't quite fully have an advantage, but we can at least help our teammate potentially fight anyone that's over there. And this is where we can start, like I was talking about in the pre-game kind of discussion. We can start pre-firing in these areas or pre-fire up here. Probably can't hit that range from here, but you know, as we start moving, focus, like get some shots over here, maybe even get a sub over here. And give you some information as you start rotating toward mid. Because like once you start climbing up here, you want to know, is there someone down here? Do I need to like, you know, is it safe for me to go over there? Do I need to like get up here and start backing out? Like there's a lot of different decisions that can happen, but we need to get information. And right now we're like firing shots and we have like zero information about what's happening. And again, good picks. I think we back up a little bit too much. And this goes back to like our confidence that we can move forward in these situations. Because if we didn't have an advantage to be able to start moving forward, then like you backing up the way that you did makes a lot of sense. Like after you get this pick, these missiles start coming out. So as these missiles start coming out, we do not need to be moving back this way. We just don't. We're giving up too much space for no reason. We like, while the missiles are coming at us, we can either continue to rotate to this left side like we were doing, or at the very least, we like, while missiles are running at us, we just like loop around this way. That way, you know, when the missiles hit behind us, it's not going to affect our teammates. We're not going to be hit by them. And it's still giving us a clear, safe route to be able to make it back in. But moving back here and then having to go back, to, like it's very slow. And it puts you out of the play. And I think in this situation, especially since you just got this pick, like I would start moving toward tower and start pressuring anyone else that's going to stop us from getting first checkpoint while the missiles are coming down at you. And you should be able to kind of like juggle that pressure, or at least practice doing that. But we end up giving a lot of space, which again, like we're in such a dominant position, it's like fine. But we're playing back from our little safety area here, and we need to be more aggressive. Like you're scared and you're moving back. Like you're seeing like, oh, they're on tower, so I need to move back because they're pushing the tower, which is very scary. But when they're pushing tower like this, we know that at least 2 of their teammates are coming. Well, it's a third one at this point. But like Charger's close to setting up, and the other 2 are coming out of spawn. And we need to understand that and know that like, okay, this person's on tower, but they're making a bad play. So we just, we keep pushing and keep pressure on this tower. Like you realistically can just throw your Toxic Mist onto the tower and just keep moving forward. Start getting into position and like cut off their front line or cut off their charger from being able to get into a spot to start, defending again. And we're very slow to rotate. But, we should have first checkpoint. We need to get into position. No. No one on our team wants to move forward. I mean, our comp is kind of silly. I cannot lie. This is a very silly comp, but someone has to start taking space forward. And if you see your teammates playing like this, then you need to be the one that's putting pressure, like, aggressively. Like, Blob is in an okay spot, honestly. Like, they're getting pressure over here. But we need to be more, like, aggro. So this is where you can adapt in the situation. I said before, like, it's probably good for you to be on tower, and I still agree with that. But if these people are, like, trying to force tower, like, the rest of your team are also pretty good on tower, honestly. So if your teammates are, like, committed to being on tower because they are just like, oh, I play Blob, or oh, I play C Junior, so I should be on tower. Sometimes people just, especially at lower ranks, people just have that, they try to have, like, hard, fast rules of, oh, I play this weapon, so I'm doing objective. And you're not going to be, in the course of this game, you're not going to be able to change their perspective of that. So just adapt to the situation. No one wants to move forward here is what I'm seeing. Let's start moving over this position. We can play on tower as well, but there's just like there's a lot of open space here. We can see that there's not a lot of paint happening in this area, and it gives us a good angle. So if we're positioned over here, we can get pressure on this area, which not only helps us for this first checkpoint, but also helps us to set up for the second checkpoint. And this is, again, how we can be a little bit more offensively positioned. And it's a little bit scary as a backline to move forward without paint, but you do have like a blob controlling this little corridor. Like something like Dynamo and C Junior, they probably can hold down the tower itself. And so you need to be thinking about what's next. Okay, there's a good chance we probably can hold for first checkpoint. We need to start focusing on like getting into position for second checkpoint. And if you can get into this position and you can start painting around, like if you can get some paint just generally around and also keep control of this area with your shots, then it'll allow the rest of your team to have an easier time start swimming forward after you get the first checkpoint. So this is like small ways in our positioning of like how to play more aggressive. Because this team's going to start dropping out this way. And we don't have anyone in those positions. So now we have to fight these people from mid, and they have like control of like this ramp. They can push them from this way. They can flank from this way. Like we give them a lot more opportunity. Yo, what's up, game there? Hello, hello. Welcome in, DJ Cloaker. Send my crew at you. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope y'all are doing well. And congrats on the all stars on or all moons in Odyssey. That sounds like a crazy run. I still haven't gotten all the moons in Odyssey. So yeah, as a team, we're giving up too much space. And again, if they just want to sit on tower and sit by the tower, just let them do that. We need to start finding other ways to be effective. All moon run was crazy. Yeah, I was like, whew. Sounds scary. Nice pick though. I think this type of positioning is probably fine, just mainly because we weren't able to get into position earlier, and our teammates have started rotating to the left. But yeah, I feel like we're just getting too. It feels like we're too stuck on our weight, like oh, our push is dead, so I need to start setting up for the exact next push. Yo, what's up, 6? Interesting weapon comp. Yeah, this comp is a Nintendo special. They matchmake our teammates, and then this is what we're playing. Like we're doing them all 6. Your chair broke. Oh no. Yeah, I was gonna say you're probably doing a lot of stretching and laying down after. I think it was like 10 hours or so, 10, 11 hours. It's like in this type of position, again, they're 2 down, and we should be able to see, because like we know that we know this person is using their crab, and we know that this person, or we should be able to see that this person's over here, because they're kind of like out in the open. While these people are down, like there's a timing window that allows us to be more aggressive with our positioning, and it also allows us to be more effective. But there has to be an internal clock in our head in order to make the most out of this situation. So in this kind of situation, instead of being back here, like we have 3 teammates here. Again, this position's like not bad generally, but we can also rotate this way or rotate this way. And like, we can end up sitting in like this kind of position and provide like an off angle and like hit these people. Reborn sold backwards is reborn? Wait, that's actually true. If you don't think about it, no, don't think about it and it's true. If you think about it, it's not going to be true. But if you don't think about it, that's next level. How are you, bub? Because we're just like out of the play in this situation, and we should be looking to like move forward. If we do take this kind of angle, we can only take like 2 or 3 shots before these people start swimming back in. And maybe there's a world where we can sit here, get 1 or 2 shots here, and then we back up like a tiny bit, and then we start pressuring this area over here like we're trying to do. The shackles of the fest, that's what I'm saying. This is the first Splatfest I didn't hit ruler. I couldn't do it. I got the champion. I think I was like only a couple games off, but I'm like, it's not worth my time. In the Aruba. My arch nemesis. So in this kind of situation, we're a little bit too passive. And I think these like in between positions, because like sitting here, so if we're looking at an overhead, and you can like, when I talked about the game, I never like at no point, let me back it up a little bit just to give a clear visual of like doing this. Like in this kind of situation, you know, when I talked through the game, I didn't say like, oh, when we're on second checkpoint, you should be like sitting over here, you know, to like provide an off angle. Like it's not something that you just like it's not something that you talk about, because this is a very peculiar situation, I would say, because these people probably shouldn't be in this type of position. They should have jumped back like already and should already start moving into this position so that you can't be over here. But that's not what's happening here. These people are still trying to fight for a second checkpoint when they're, you know, stuck in these really awkward spots. So these are the types of situations that are really hard. And whenever you see like general guides about things, I feel like a lot of this opening, and honestly, there's a lot of the game in general where you need to be more creative. This is where being creative is really important. Because like sitting back here isn't bad. Moving forward and like just being another person on tower so you can actually be in range to hit these people is like a little bit better. But being like truly creative is coming for this type of area and like going for those. I mean, there might even be a timing window. This might be too silly, but there's like a timing window where we can actually like Yeah, I don't really want to do this with a tri-stringer. But there's a world where you can like flank behind the enemy team. Like you have enough time, honestly. If they're gonna be playing over here, like you have time to go for it. Would I recommend this? No. But if I saw you doing this because there's an opening for you to get into this position, and if you sit into if you're sitting on their ring, then that allows your teammates to be able to jump into you that actually would do a better job at playing around the ring. Or maybe you sit back here and you sit on top of the ring, and while these people are pushing in, you're in this really annoying spot. You know, like there's definitely some good for you being in this type of position, but and again, I would never recommend, oh yeah, like push into their base and like flank around. Like it kind of makes sense here, you know? I would recommend just playing where like this third checkpoint is, and maybe like move up a little bit if you need to. But in the back of your mind, know that the 52 and the Charger's coming out, and they're gonna probably be like they want to go where you're at now. So, you know, keep in mind when this person spawns in, and making sure that you've repositioned out of their fire. Or, you know, if you have the opportunity, if you get these picks cleanly, then you can contest these people from this position, and you can contest the people that are coming out of spawn. But these are the things we need to be thinking about while we're getting second checkpoint. Getting second checkpoint here, like, this is so simplified and so basic. Like, this is a very easy problem for you to have to answer. Gonna do S plus 10 rank up. Congrats and good luck. I know you can do it. Like, you shouldn't have to think too hard in a 4v2 when one of them is stuck in a pit without a special now and it's a reflux. You shouldn't have to think too hard about second checkpoint. And when you're in these positions where this play in front of you is very simplified, we need to start thinking about, how do we get more value? You know, second checkpoint shouldn't be a problem. How do we get third checkpoint? How do we start looking to KO? What can I be doing to get KO? Do I sit here and just watch us get this second checkpoint as the rest of our team's fighting, and like maybe someone goes for a funny flank and we like are in this big brain spot to stop them? Like, there's just like more that we could be doing in this situation. It's like none of this is bad. But we're just not playing as fast as we can. Eesh, I believe. And then the other thing I'd say in the situation, so A, swimming backwards like this, like there's a chance the Charger can just hit you. But the other thing in the situation is that you have a teammate that's still over here. You don't have to back out all the way. All you need to do is cut off the angle from this person. We back it up like 2 seconds or 3 seconds. It's like, okay, one of our teammates goes down. Then one of our teammates gets a pick over here. It's like all that happens. This person's here. Like, we need to get out of their line of sight, sure. But like we could have either started dropping left and thrown like our sub weapon. Well, actually we don't have our sub. But you know, we could drop off that way. Realistically, it's probably safer to like move this way. But like just stay in this general position, but get off of top mid. Because this person is in a very bad spot. But we allow them to be in this position because we just back up. And we also leave ourselves exposed to get shot at because we don't close the angle. Like in this situation, like the Charger's in the front line, and we're just like, we're not thinking about this entire play in context. And like in context, both teams are like trading down, and it has left us in this 2v1 against the Charger. And we just splatted both their front line. So the first person that's going to come in is going to be a reflux to assist the Charger. And we're kind of like leaving our blob out to dry by just backing up here. There's going to be situations where the momentum is in the enemy team's favor, and we do need to back out, and we can't fight for this, but this is not one of those situations. This is where we need to adapt. And it feels like we're like trying to flowchart this game when there's been some very interesting positions that we found ourselves in, and we need to try to maximize our value. Hey, what's up, Soup? I'm so annoyed when team wants to push right on Mako. We have 0 advantage. Depends on the weapon, but right's good to take, but the problem with taking right is that it leaves left wide open. Like the enemy team's also probably gonna want to push right. So it's okay sometimes if you can, like, depending on your weapon, sometimes you can safely fish from the right side, but it sounds like people are just kind of pushing it with no regard to what's going on with the rest of the map and are probably overcommitting, which, yeah, you would definitely be very frustrating because then you're going to be getting pushed from both sides of that map, which sounds miserable. And like you can see the blob in this situation, like this blob is like trying to get on tower. They like use their special here. They want to punish this person, but you've given up on this play without even like fully analyzing what's even happening. And that's a bit of a problem. Now these two people are forced to take these awkward fights. I don't know what the Charger's doing. They're already getting a little antsy. And this is another situation we can probably throw a sub. Like going for the shot's fine. But if we want to secure, if we're holding this until this person lands, we should have thrown a sub first. Yeah. I do like that we get off tower, but we try to get back on tower before we need to. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea. So yeah, in this type of situation, just throw your sub. This is where Toxic Mist is like very good. It's like, can we hit the shot? In a lot of cases, potentially. But we can also like trap both of these people with the Toxic Mist. And at this point, I like that we get off of tower. But like this is where we just like, we back up at this point. We back up to our team and then we just like take this fight with the 52. Like, I don't think this is the this isn't the time for us to be playing the more aggressive spot and being the front line. But I like that we identify it's a bad spot. I like that we use our sub to give us some more time and we make it out safely. Arcing over the vac, nice. I think that person DC'd, I don't know what just happened. That's a nice pick. I would probably look to take cover before that, but that's fine. Okay, so now we can start moving forward. Now, so okay, this is a really interesting spot. We already got first checkpoint. We're gonna start pushing towards second checkpoint. There's nothing in front of us. Where do we position? If our teammates are already on tower, honestly, I'd probably play like over here. I think it's going to take too long for them to be able to get into a position on the ring area all the way on the left to stop the second checkpoint. So I would just hope that that's the case. And I would just sit here instead and start poking them on their plat over here. Or poke them if they're going to be playing over on this area. But this is a spot where we really need to be able to start moving forward. Which if your teammates let you on tower, that's fine. I wouldn't have been on tower because my teammates have just made it a point at this point that they're always going to sit on tower. So I'd leave them to it. And I would be the one to start taking space because someone needs to. Could get another sub in this situation, but I like that we keep our distance, give ourselves options. There's a fight happening on the left side and we're really, yeah, I think we might have missed that there's a person on the left side. Because we're like focused in front, which is good if there's no one left. Oops, I went too far back. My bad. It's like we get the initial pick. And then we get that back off tower. Says one person gets, oh no. Okay, so there's one person left that gets 2. Honestly, it's unfortunate that this person gets 2. I don't hate your positioning now, but once 2 of your teammates go down, you need to, like, we have time before these people start getting into position. we need to start pushing and like figuring out what the heck's happening on this left side and again help our blob. Because now the blob's trying to take a fight and your whole team got wiped while you were waiting for people to move in the mid. Yeah. I don't want to put too many in these types of situations. Like for these reviews, I don't want to throw too many things at you. I do want to focus on positioning, and I guess this is more positioning focused. Yeah, what's up? Is it Alina? Please correct me. But thank you for the follow. And yes, you can submit a review. There is a Discord that I use to keep track of all of it. And yeah, if you join the Discord, there's a replay channel, and you just all you need to do is submit the code, and you're good to go. There's also some other information that if you have anything specifically, like in this specific review, they wanted to talk about their positioning. They had some questions about their positioning and also what happened toward the end of the game. So if there's anything specific during the match that you had questions about or wanted a second opinion on, try to be specific on what those things are so I can make sure I'm like talking about it specifically. Got it right? Oh, perfect. Yeah, if you have questions or issues getting the review submitted, just let me know, but that should be what you need. So again, first thing, this is the exact same situation with the charger where we're backing up through here and we leave ourselves open to get deleted by the crab. We need to get off of mid like as fast as possible and just like drop off one place or drop off the other just so that we are able to reposition in time. We're exposed in this situation. We even get tagged by a turret shot, and there's a good chance that they would shoot an expo shot and cut you off, like cut off your movement from being able to move back. But the more important thing in this situation is that once you get in right here, you see that everyone's attention, the crab's attention and everyone else on near tower immediately focuses on the left side from the enemy team. They immediately go from shooting at you to immediately turning to your team. And we need to be looking for this type of reaction from them. And we need to play against our opponent. So, oh, there's a crab that's shooting at us mid. That's very scary. Backing up makes sense. But the second that they divert their attention to your teammates, we need to go back into mid and continue to be annoying. Get in range to throw a sub. Get in range to, take a shot. Look to quickly reposition, because if they turn back on you, you don't want to be sitting in mid against the crab. But when their attention is no longer on you, you need to be close enough to immediately look to strike. Like, we're still playing, like the attention's on us and the attention is no longer on us. Like, we could already be pushing forward, figuring out, I think that's our C junior. We can figure out what our junior's trying to do, and we can probably look to make a play with them. We can use the tower as cover in mid, play with our junior, and fight whatever is potentially still on this left side. I think there's still this dualies over here. So this person pushes this way, you're sitting on tower, you're getting shots over here, and then y'all can potentially like double team this person. 3-0, nice, congrats. Those are some fast games. Punish the crab looking away, that's what I'm saying. Don't let them disrespect. I always disrespect the tri-stringer, but don't let hooligans like myself exist. Yep. And again, we can be using our sub to be able to help in that engagement. Can use our sub to be like, this person's in a 1v2. Like, we have a 2v1 over here. We just need to get a sub to lock them in place. But we're allowing them the ability to maneuver around. Like, we could have used that earlier and been able to collapse on this person. I mean, we still could at this point, but interesting jump. But I do like that when we're uncomfortable, I think it's a good habit to be looking to jump to our teammates. I don't know how comfortable we are with finding those right teammates and planning ahead of time, but I do like that we're going for the jumps. Yeah, again, this is another situation. 2v1. Like, we just got 2 down, so there's a good chance that, you know, our teammates, whatever's happening on the tower, they're probably chilling. There's 2 of them, they probably can hold their own. If we're going to focus our attention on this person, like if we want to focus our attention over here, that's fine. But if we're going to focus our attention on this person over here, like let's try to, like, you know, let's try to actually like punish them. Because like if we're backing up here, the more we back up, the lower chance that we are able to deal with this person. And if we continue to deliberately lower the chances of us being able to take a fight with this person, then we, at a certain point, we need to disengage it altogether and focus back on what the tower is up to. Which we like kind of do, but we also don't. And like, it would have been okay for like you and the blob to like charge at this person. You had like a little bit of a timing window to be able to throw, if you can throw your toxic mist to be able to keep that person in place, like y'all can potentially charge at them, get the pick, and then go back to the tower. But we're just very much in the middle, and like we've allowed them to stay alive for so long that now we can't even properly keep pushing the tower, which at this point, the positioning that we take makes sense. Like playing on the, you know, playing back toward mid and back up if we need to once our teammates go down. Like this is good. Obviously we're moving away from missiles as well. But it's really important to like be able to move forward when we have the opportunity to do so. And when there's just one person left, like we need to be deliberate with whatever it is we're trying to do. If we want to take this fight, if we want to pressure this person, it's at advantage for us. So like, let's just go push it. If we want to focus on what our teammates are doing and what's happening on the tower, then let's do that. But we're kind of like, we're constantly putting ourselves in like the middle and we're like not doing anything very effectively. And that's why our pushes don't get super high. Yo, take care, take care. Yo's a vapor. Welcome in. Oh, what's up, Brick? Did you see Clutch Pot? I was watching part of Mode Cup. I saw them lose in winners. I didn't actually watch grand finals. I didn't feel like waiting, so I stopped. But I saw that they went like I think they were down like 0-2 and then they won like 6 straight or something. That's what Jared tweeted. I need to go back and watch. But it sounds like a good time. How's life? It's been good. I've been busy. But life is great. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah. Another situation where we're trying to punish the jumper, where we could throw, like we could have sat in ink, thrown or sub the Toxic Mist. And like Soup was saying, Toxic Mist is an amazing sub to use defensively in Undertow. Yeah, I mean, Toxic Mist is really good in a lot of situations, especially if you're playing like a more control-oriented team comp, like what we kind of have to do with our comp here. But like we just have more time to do stuff. And again, I understand, like we want to punish, like the next action that we're going to do, like true action, is probably going to be pre-fire the person landing and hope to get the free pick. I'm with you on that, but we can't just like sit here for like 5 seconds. That's the problem that a lot of people. 2-0 to 2-3. Gotcha. Whew. Like we see this person, I understand where your brain's at here. But there's so much time where we can't just sit here with a charged bow waiting for this person. There's potentially this person in front of us that's gonna like charge at us. Charger's likely out of range. Maybe they can move forward. But they're likely out of range. Right now they're definitely out of range, but they might they'd have to move forward quite a bit in order to do that. But there's so much time for us currently, like while we're waiting for this person, like because this person's gonna drop here. That's like known. There's so much time for us to get ink back, look to potentially use a sub, look to reposition if there's a better spot for us to take this type of a shot. And like we just sit here. Like it feels like not a lot of time, but like I think it was at least 3 seconds. 3 seconds in Splatoon is a very long time. And sitting in place for 3 seconds, unless you're doing something very deliberate, probably isn't the best. Movement there is very good though. I like that we're moving while there's someone rolling and we wait till they stop rolling to be able to fully punish them. Again, we could have been moving right faster. This timing window is... like, we don't really have a good time to stop their push altogether. But we had more time if we were, like, faster in this situation. Sunburn over the weekend? Ouch. Imagine being out in the sun. Couldn't be me. But hopefully you had a good time. Get some of the good aloe to help soothe the burns. Because like in this situation, like why are we charging here? What's our goal? Do we expect someone to like push in front? Which potentially reasonable, but we can't be the one. Recording thing. Sounds actually kind of fun. Like we need to be repositioning in this situation. We're focused on like a potential threat of this person pushing, which this blob is going to be the one kind of looking at. Like if there was someone here that was like running at us, then like maybe we go for this shot. But we need to already be in position to stop this play. I want to go back one more time just to like fully talk about it. Start at 8 a.m. until like 1 p.m. 90 degrees. Oof. Yeah, I can imagine. You definitely brought sunscreen to make sure that you were not getting cooked the whole time. Certainly. Alright. So like you get this pick. And then you have to kind of make a decision at this point. Either we back out. Because there's 24 seconds left. This is their final push. In this type of situation, either you're repositioning and you're playing the final defense on ring and stopping them here. Or we can potentially like push the people that are like sitting on tower. Not push them, sorry. We contain them and we play like maybe like over here or like over here. And we can throw like we have a side angle and we can throw our toxic mist at them. But we can't just like sit here for a really long time. Like we're putting too much faith in us like one-shotting them. And like when we don't have high ground, it's kind of hard. Like if we don't have high ground and we don't have an off angle. Like if we were sitting over here, which like we're not going to get this exact shot off here. We don't have enough time to swing fully. But just imagine the shot that we're taking here. If we were sitting in this position, it gets so much easier. Because these people are going to be focused in front because they're like worried about this blob. They're worried about people spawning in. They will also be worried about people on the left side. But if they start worrying about you over here, if they focus their attention on you, then the people that are swimming in have an easier time to fight them and get them off of the tower. And we want to make it as awkward as possible for these people. But like we sat here for a couple of seconds, we sit here for a couple of seconds, and we delay our ability to get into the ultimate position that we need to be in. And I talked about before that there's like in between positions that you can be in order to like salvage a, like when we were sitting here early at the beginning of the match and I said like, oh yeah, we can start moving this way. Like there's a lot of times, especially on offense, where we can like change our positions a little bit. Or like when we were sitting, like tower was on second checkpoint. We were sitting here and I said that you could like flank around this way to punish the two people that are sitting over here. And like you can look for these positions if you're kind of like in control. But when you're not in control, they dictate the flow of the objective. And all this time that we use not to reposition is making us suffer. If we go for a play like over here, let's say we miss all of our shots and 3 of our teammates still go down, and then we have to back up because the 52 is pushing us out of spawn. Even if all that happens, your team gets to dictate when the tower moves forward and when it, you know, when it stops moving. We get on and off the tower or whenever. But we can't be doing that on defense because these people are just committed to sitting on tower and we don't have time. Like we can't say, oh, stop moving the tower because I need to get back into position. If you're on offense, you can do that. Your team dictates when the tower moves and, you know, where you're taking those fights. But on defense, you don't have that same luxury. Yo, what's up, Lomo? Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? How were the games? How was the... Assuming the salmon running. So which team did you end up choosing for the Splatfest? I went Team Fame, and surprisingly, I didn't win. You're on Team Money, of course. Of course, Lomo knows all of the right answers. Inverted controls BB. How was that? How was that? That sounds honestly sounds kind of fun. I can't lie. It does sound fun, but also miserable. Mirror the butt. Oh no. Played mini games. Gotcha. I feel like navigating the menus would also be a pain. My whole brain would be broken. Although I've done inverted controls in other games before, just as like a fun thing. Like over time, your brain does kind of like adjust to it. So I wonder, like by the end of it, if you were the menus. Have Frag and laser tag. Let's go. I would expect nothing less from him. We'd love to see it. That sounds super fun. I have to go back and see what y'all were cooking up, because that sounds like a really good time. But thank you so much for the raid. And yeah, if y'all don't follow Lomo, they're very good at competitive, but their main focus is like the salmon run side of things. So if you're interested in salmon run, or you know, I swear all the times it's like the salmon run community is just like the good vibes in the community. A lot of us comp players are kind of cringe, but the salmon runners are always having a good time. So if you don't know Lomo, they're like the high level salmon run. Very, very strong players, very smart players, very just, you know, if you have any questions, they're very chill, happy to answer them. Often looking for, you know, other people in stream to like play with them and stuff in salmon run. So if you enjoy the salmon run side, or if you don't enjoy it, this is how I was in Splatoon 2. I actually wasn't a huge salmon run fan, but watching Lomo stream and some of the other salmon run communities, like, huh, this thing's actually like interesting. And I respect a lot of what's going on here. I don't know what's fully happening, but I respect it. Mid-level salmon, I don't overfish. High enough to complain about lower level. That's all you need to be. That's all you need to be. But yeah, definitely get some sleep, and hope you had a nice stream, which it sounds like you did, and hope you have a nice week. But yeah, we end up wasting too much time, because by this point we should already be in this type of position. When we're sitting here, instead of charging up, if we just backed up and rotated, we'd already be in this position as this is approaching, and we can get our Toxic Mist out and we can start already taking shots at these people. But, you know, we're trying to like dodge this missile or dodge the laser very casually, which also in this situation, if we just keep moving this way, like the laser's just gonna like lag behind. So we can dodge the laser and continue to reposition. But we waste a lot of time and we start moving once they're already on the checkpoint. And we don't get in position to start taking shots until right now, once the checkpoint's over. So we should have been in position before they even got to like probably a second before checkpoint, maybe even faster if you're like perfect, but very reasonably you should have been able to make it when tower was like just approaching the checkpoint. Now we're getting on after they got the checkpoint, and you know, at this point our teammates are like, and this also helps with like your teammates as well. If you get into this position earlier, we get the toxic mist down and we like force them off of the tower, your teammates now don't have to like run forward and like panic that, oh, they're about to take lead, so I need to go stop it, and then they just hold forward. So you can help mitigate your teammates from making bad decisions and feeding by moving into position faster and helping out with whatever's next. And we kind of just got caught in this little situation where, you know, we were running out of time and we were very inefficient with what we were trying to do. Which it was a positional thing, but yeah, I would definitely say it's a position thing. But it's also just like understanding like what the mode is. And like that's why we talk about positions so much when towers on certain parts of the map. Because by the time that tower's on the second checkpoint, there's no reason for you not to like the fact that you're not here before and like as the tower's approaching this way, like that's an us problem. Like, yes, our teammates are feeding. Yes, we're not winning the tower battle. They're not giving you enough time to be able to position yourself, but you should already, like, you are in control of your positioning and you could have already have been in this situation. Like, the enemy team isn't, like, they dictate where, like, when the tower starts moving forward, but they don't get to dictate the speed of it. The speed is a constant. It's like, if they're getting on tower, if they get this first checkpoint, like, they can't move it to the second checkpoint any faster. Like, this is a known time. This window is known. You know that if they sit on the tower's gonna get to here at, you know, after 7 seconds or so, 5 seconds. I don't know exactly how long it takes from tower to get from one place to the other, but you should generally just like know. And we need to use that information to our advantage. And we were just kind of too slow in this situation. All of our teammates have gone down, so it's gonna be really hard. At this point, I don't know what we're trying to do here. We could definitely still try to save this game. Like there's definitely a chance for us to sit here and take a couple of desperation shots. Yes, they're not the highest percentage, but what we do here gives us 0%. Oh, shoot, I have to restart over. The way that we play the very, very, very end gives us 0% chance of winning the game. You could have at least given yourself like a 10%, 15% chance of winning the game by like taking those shots. But we kind of like, looks like we just kind of gave up at the end. Which obviously losing with the enemy team coming back always feels bad. But yeah, like we're wasting too much time. And this is what I was talking about before. Like, oh shoot, why is it so big? Okay. Like we talked about it before. This is understanding your weapon. We shouldn't be going for this shot because we know we're out of range. Like, it's just like too far. But yeah, I would just keep taking these shots. Like that pick's good, but we need to keep taking these shots on tower. Okay, I see what we're doing. Yeah, we don't have enough time. I understand the idea, and if we get here earlier, then we can potentially go for this kind of play. But we can't go for this play at the end. Like we're unable to affect the tower moving forward. But watching it from your perspective, I can understand like this flank makes sense if you have more time, but we don't have time. So overall, it's definitely a lot of like min-maxing. I think generally you understand how the game like should be played. But the thing about wanting to continue to climb, like generally understanding the game is going to get you to like S rank. It'll probably get you, honestly. You can probably get to X rank, and if you keep grinding and keep playing, like you'll probably over time continue to climb at least a little bit with like the way that we're thinking about the game. Like this is just a very weird comp. This is a very hard a hard situation to fully navigate. but we need to get better at maximizing our advantages and mitigating any sort of poor situations that we find ourselves in. I think that's probably the biggest thing. I would say like play with, just gonna say play with momentum. Like if the enemy team is 3 down, that should be a good indication that we can start moving forward. And even at the beginning, the trades were happening in a way that it was, I think it was like a 3v2, or maybe it was like a 2v2, but one of them was coming out of spawn. But what's up, Junketsu? When does the new season start? I don't know. They haven't actually released anything, but it's probably in like a month or so, maybe less than a month. But we're still waiting on the Nintendo teasers. We're all waiting, but it should be pretty soon. But no one knows how soon. Unless you have an uncle that works for Nintendo or something. But yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing with this entire game, is that when we could be out Tuesday. Okay, gotcha. When we have the ability to move forward, we need to be moving forward. We're constantly sitting behind the tower, even when we have like 3 of the enemy down, or there's like 2 of them that are like trapped down here. And we're still like, we're not changing our position in order to. I'm not trying to punish that. The other thing I would say in terms of like, this also relates to positioning, but we need to adapt to like what the enemy team is doing. And when we are, when they crab here and they're looking for us in this position, once they turn their attention over here, like we back up initially, this is good, but we have to be ready to immediately like pounce on them making a mistake. Like this, honestly, this is probably, I should make a video on this. This is probably one of the most important, like, it's not a, oh, you just do this, but it'll be something that will set you up. This type of thinking is going to set you up to continue to improve later on. But you need to position yourself in order to punish the enemy team. When you're at, unless, yeah, I mean, no, on it, everyone makes like mistakes. The lower rank you are, the worse mistakes. But even at top players that I respect and I like assume everything that they do is perfect. You watch enough of, after I've watched multiple dozen hours of certain people play, you can tell when they make mistakes. Like no one's prone to mistakes, but you should be going at S rank, even at S plus rank, even at X rank, even at 2K X rank, even at 2300, even at 2700, even at 3K. People are always going to make mistakes. The mistakes are going to be less blatant, and the mistakes are going to be less often as you continue to rank up. But one of the skills that you need to have as a player is to understand, like focus on the enemy team, understand when they make mistakes, what type of position could they put themselves in to make a mistake, and also put yourself into a position to be able to capitalize on them making those mistakes. Like probably the most egregious one in this game was when you and the blob, it was you, blob, and the enemy charger. Enemy charger was looking at you, you back up. Again, I think we could have dropped off left side or right side, cut off the angle and been okay. But you back up, that makes sense. It's totally fine. But you back up into the situation, And this charger is like frontline. Like for the next 10 seconds, this charger, this charger ends up moving toward tower, dropping off over here, and like trying to take a 1v1 with one of your, like a close range battle with one of your teammates. It obviously gets splatted, but you were just like sitting back here, like charging up your shots and like playing very honest and playing very safe from the enemy. And you're not even thinking about the fact that why is this charger frontlining and pushing toward mid? And we need to be thinking about these things. Like the overall goal is to be thinking about what the enemy team's doing, even when they're not making mistakes. A lot of times, especially at my level, which I don't know, I think the way that the Splatoon community like places people low, mid, high level, I think I think it's not correct, honestly. I think people call themselves like mid-level or even low. People call themselves low level when I don't think they're low level. People call themselves mid-level, I don't think they're mid-level. People call themselves high level, I don't think that they're high level. Honestly, like I should be like in terms of the Splatoon competitive architecture, I would probably very reasonably categorize myself in terms of like slightly higher than like a mid-level player. Like I'm about average. I would put myself slightly higher than average. But like literally every person puts themselves at like either mid-level or like higher. And it's just like realistically, I am a low-level player. Like if I'm totally not in terms of the I'm thinking of a word and I can't think of it. In terms of the structure that the Splatoon community has, I don't think I'm low level. But in terms of like where my understanding of how to play this game is at, I am a low level player. I make a lot of mistakes. You know, I'm probably low level close to like what I would consider like mid level. But like a mid level player to me is like having a very reasonable understanding of the game and playing like having like tactics to back that up, having mechanics to back that up, and you know really be thinking about the game at a different level. And I don't think there's very, from what I've seen, there's anyone that considers themselves like mid-level, there's only like probably within like one hand I could count people that I'm like, yeah, no, I think they have that level of understanding about the game to where I think they can make that claim in terms of like they have like a good understanding, like a very good understanding of the game. Because when I think of high level, I'm thinking like very few mistakes, like a very strategic mind when it comes to playing the game. And there's a lot you can learn from. I don't think in terms of like people that consider themselves like high level, I feel like there's too many mistakes in order for them to be able to like make that. Like I think to me, top like high level players should just be teams that are winning majors, basically. There's too many other teams that get lumped into that category that I don't think are quite there. It's not that they're bad players, they're way better than me. They have a very good understanding of the game, but I feel like people, when we place people thinking about the game, a lot of times it's like mechanics based. It's also pace of play based, like people playing faster. But I don't know. This is a whole rant I was having after playing an SAC, and just like this isn't. There's a lot of really good players, but this is not like, this shouldn't be like a mid level. And when you watch a lot of like high level teams playing in majors, like yes, they're very good players. I'm not trying to take anyone's talent away. I think even what's considered low level in this game, I think there's a lot of very talented players that just need a little bit of coaching to like skyrocket their potential of where they're at. But like this community, I made a tweet about it before, but it's like, oh, like Splatoon's a strategy game. It's like we're a little bit too honest about playing Splatoon like a shooter, and we don't think about it as like a strategy game. And I think in order for us to continue to improve, we have to think about this game as a strategy game. Am I the master strategist that knows everything about strategy in this game? Absolutely not. But I'm trying, you know. Like I'm at least thinking about the game that way. I'm looking at, and it's not that other people aren't using strategy either. It's just the strategy is very like one dimensional. Like a lot of teams that I really respect and a lot of players I really respect that we played against play very one dimensional. That one dimension is they're very good at it. They're very, very good at it. But they play very one dimensional. And like for like mid-level and especially like the top of mid-level, like we should be doing better. We should be expecting better. I think a lot of it is that we just don't have a structure in place, and outside of like FLC or very casual conversation from players like Jack, that are on Jackpot, that are the Kios, the Kivers, the top players that have this knowledge, but they don't really share it in like very structural guides, for lack of a better term. Like this knowledge isn't really shared, so it's not something that people like strive toward. And I think for a lot of people, this is for people where Splatoon is their first competitive game, and I think there's a lot of the competitive Splatoon audience that is that, where like Splatoon is their first competitive game. It makes total sense why they like, if there isn't a structure in place, they don't know where to find that structure. I've been there with other shooters that I've played, and I've been in that position. That's why I'm so strong about this, and I have like a passion behind it, is because I've been in that position where I felt like I was a really good player, and then I go to a LAN and I start talking to the top players of that game. I was having lunch, like there's just a group of us having lunch, and I was like watching some of their sets, and I was kind of talking about like, oh, like y'all did really like, they had like a really nice set, and they just, they were one of the top teams, so like they just kind of crushed. But I was just like talking to them about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, like how did you feel about your games? How do you feel about like your chances to win the tournament? Like y'all are looking really strong. And just like listening to them talk about their strategy for like 30 seconds, I'm immediately like, they were going over one game and they were talking like the way they just first started talking about it. Like this conversation was over a decade ago, so I don't remember it fully, but they were talking about one of their matches that they played, and it just immediately I'm like, they're thinking about this game on a whole other level. I'm not thinking like, I feel like I'm good at this game, and like we've played against them online previously, and like we've beaten them sometimes. Most times they've slapped us, but and there was a couple of instances where we actually beat them, and like oh yeah, like we're competing with these people. But like you listen to them talk about the game, it's just like they're on a different level, and I want to bridge that gap. Like as a community, we need to bridge that gap, and I think it's something that inertia isn't going to take us there. We need to reevaluate the way that we're playing the game and thinking about the game. And this is only for people that are like interested in the strategy side. Like you choose your own fun. Life is a choose your own adventure where you get to do what, within the constraints of all of society and everything that's happening. You generally get to choose how you want to do things. If you just want to play funny squid shooter, then like, yeah, go ahead, enjoy yourself. There's plenty of those people that will still, they don't watch any pro players. They just play the game, and they're going to consistently be a better player than I am. They're just that good mechanically. And like over time, when they play the game, they can build their like intuition up just due to the sheer amount of games that they're able to play, the sheer amount of high level games. But all of us aren't in that position. And I don't know. I forgot what point I was initially trying to make, but I think as a community, we need to do better. Not that anyone's doing anything bad, but there's very few conversations about people doing stuff good. Yo, what's up? Wrath, thank you for the follow, and French Toast. I could go for some French Toast, but thank you for the follow. So, I don't know. I'm not trying to like flame anyone. It's more of a systemic problem than a problem with like any specific players or any specific teams or any specific, a lot of people playing this game are like 16 years old, and it's the first competitive game that they've played, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. They're in a position that they should be. But I think as a community, we need to be looking to be like, to strive to do better. Like if we had as much Because something like chess, like a game like chess, like that's a game that's been studied and played for so long. Like people teach courses on like chess and stuff. And even if you know nothing about chess, you probably can like follow a course and build yourself up to be like a very good player. Obviously there's many tiers to that, but yeah, that's a whole rant that I have, but I think a lot of interesting things about Splatoon kind of loses. Oh yeah, I was talking about like the low level, mid level, high level. So yeah, like I feel like when I watch like high level play with very, and again, people do very brilliant, very creative, very amazing plays. But on average, when I don't necessarily see like a lot of like very structured play at the super high level, it like makes me sad. Because there's probably a lot of people that, you know, look up to these people, which they deserve. You know, like people deserve to have that. Like they've done enough to be able to warrant that. I'm not trying to take anything away from anyone, but like as a community, we need to do better. And just watching a top player like have ridiculous aim and mechanics, and like that's what we take away from, you know, from the whole way that we look at the game. Just there's a lot left on the table from everything. I don't know. Again, I have a whole rant on this, but yeah, I love everyone in the community, but I think that we could be doing a little bit better. So, anyways, I forgot. Oh yeah, so the point I was trying to make. Oh no, I deleted everything. I don't know if I'm gonna get that back. Yeah, I'm not getting it back. Okay. So I was talking about playing with momentum. Sorry, let me get back to the actual review. Play with momentum. Understanding when you can move forward, understand when your team has an advantage, and try to be quick. If your team has an advantage, try to be quick with taking advantage of that. When your team is at a disadvantage and you know you need to back up, like let's be very deliberate and try to maximize what we should be doing next. You know, again, it's not easy to execute, and you're probably going to make a lot of mistakes, as everyone does, and that's okay. But we need to be very deliberate. And you know, when you find yourself sitting here for like 3 seconds, just constantly lobbing shots at this person where they can potentially swing and hit you, and you know, other things are happening around mid. You know, there's probably more that we can be doing. Shoot, what was it? I forgot the other piece that I was saying. But yeah, we want to be very deliberate with how we're playing. I forgot what number 2 was from before, but whatever. Our sub usage, I think we can get more value out of our jump in. Basically punish enemies. Oops. Enemy in bad positions. So like if they're sitting on tower when they shouldn't be, when if they're sitting like kind of out in the open and there's like multiple people, like getting, you can also use it. Like, the more strategic way is also just like hold what you would consider to be important areas of the map. There's a lot of times, like especially like with this person up here, like going for these types of poke shots when they're not looking at us isn't bad by any chance, by any means. But we can also like do more on the map. If we just get like a toxic mist up here, it deters them from being able to just sit on this ledge and be able to take these fights like normal. And so we can throw a toxic mist over there and like look to do other stuff. Yeah, I don't remember what that other thing was, but we need to Like the big thing is like react to like what the enemy's trying to do. React to their decisions, and not even just react. We also want to anticipate. I probably spelled that wrong. We want to react to the decisions, but we also want to anticipate when we can. There's a lot of times where we had the enemy team like 3 down, and when the play in front of us, like if you wipe the enemy team, it's not hard to play the game and stay alive and do things because there's literally no opposition on the map. When you're in those situations, it doesn't have to necessarily be a wipe, but there was a lot of times where you were in like a 3v1 or a 4v1 or even a 2v1 where the charger is sitting out in the open and trying to push you in mid. And like when you find yourself in these very, like these less mentally intensive decisions, we need to use the extra brain, like the bandwidth in our brain. We need to use that time to start thinking about like what's next. And the more you do this and the more situations you've been in and the more comfortable you are playing the game in general, like the more bandwidth you're going to have in your brain, because like you don't have to think as hard about this. There's certain decisions now that you probably are stressing over that aren't going to be stressful for you in like a couple of weeks, couple of months, you know, multiple months, however long that takes. Just as you naturally get more comfortable with the game, that's just what's going to happen. And when we have that extra time in our brain, we need to start pushing ourselves to be thinking about like what's next. What are the next steps? You know, our team's on second checkpoint. There's a 2v1. This person's probably going to go down. I'm sitting in mid. What do I do in this situation? It's like I can go over here. I can throw toxic mist at this person. I can take shots. You know, I can help clean this up. I can look to pressure this area over here. You know, I can go for this quirky flank I was talking about in that one very specific scenario. And like, I'm okay with the quirky plays as long as we're being very deliberate and we have an idea and a plan. We have to be coming up with game plans whenever possible. In order for us to continue to put, like, we have to push ourselves. And I feel like a lot of times, push yourself in terms of your pace, in terms of your, like the risks that you take. Because a lot of times you're playing very passive in mid when there's like 3 people sitting on tower, like here, or playing around tower. And we need to be like really pushing the boundaries of what we're capable of doing. You know, oh, there's a jump in here and I'm sitting here. Instead of just holding your charge and like trying to time your shot when this person lands, you know, is this the ideal spot in terms of the amount of ink that we have, in terms of our positioning, in terms of the paint on the ground? Is this the ideal spot for us to be in? I'm just going to put APM as like actions per minute, but like we could just be like doing more in this match. And I think you're capable of it, because there's times where like you're getting like, it's not necessarily 1-to-1, but there's times where like you had a whale on the dualies and the dualies was like pushing you, and there was like a brief glimpse where your movement was like incredible. Like you, as a backliner, like a lot of your movement and stuff is generally going to be kind of sluggish anyways, just because you're like not moving a ton. It's more like holding good positions. But there's like a brief glimpse where I'm like, oh my, like I was just shocked and impressed with like how good your movement was in like that little 2-second window. And it happens to me as well. Like that's why I need like a warm up, because if I'm playing not warmed up, I'm very sluggish. I'm very bad. Yo, take care, 6. I need to catch up with the combo, but take care. Have a nice stream. And by stream, I mean sleep. I'm the one streaming, but have a nice sleep. Hopefully have a nice week, I think is what I was trying to say. But yeah, take care. Take care. I think I read the word stream and I just said it in my brain. But anyways, yeah, we just like, we can be faster. We can be more efficient. We can save ourselves time, and we need to look to do that as much as possible. Same thing with like punishing the enemy team and their mistakes. Like there's going to be mistakes left and right. We need to constantly be thinking about, you know, our expectations of what the enemy team's doing. And then, you know, is there a way that we can punish that? Is there a way that we can take advantage of that? If they do something outside of what you were expecting, is that it, you know, if you expect them to do one thing and they do something else, like in certain cases, it's like, oh yeah, that what they did was way smarter and you get punished potentially. But sometimes they'll do something, it's like, this doesn't make sense. And if they're doing something that's like, this doesn't make sense, we want to make sure we're there to punish them. Because I don't think there was anything inherently bad with the way that we played, but it's really just like, we want to play faster. We need to take advantage of things. I think you're at the point where you're like, you understand very generally like how to play Splatoon. I think you're past like the beginner phase of playing the game where it's like, and not beginner, like there's an even more beginner of like understanding like how to hold the controller and like physically like press the buttons and stuff. Like for certain players that are either younger or older or not familiar with games, like I'm kind of assuming that at this point we're past that. Obviously you're past that phase, but in terms of like very generally understanding like how Splatoon should be played, I think you're there. But I think that I feel like when I watch you play, we're very like relaxed, like almost too relaxed. And we're not sweating as hard as we could be. And if we want to continue to climb, if we want to get to S+10, if we want to start competing in X rank, we need to be in sweat mode when we're looking to rank up. But overall, you know, really good stuff. Thank you so much for the replay. I think you have a very solid understanding of the game. I think you're a very solid player. But we need to expect more from ourselves. Yeah, like these are good stats, but also like, I don't know. 0 deaths is a gift and a curse as a backliner, because it often indicates a job well done. And I think for most of this game, it was a job well done. But sometimes it also indicates to me that like either the people we were playing against are, you know, like we're smurfing a little bit. It could mean that. It could also mean that like we're not taking any risk. And I think more specifically for you, we're not trying to maximize on the situation at hand. If 3 of our teammates are just going to sit on tower when we have 3 down, we don't want to anchor behind them and play also behind the tower so that we don't have anyone in front of the tower and setting up for that next situation. We need to be moving forward and taking those aggressive angles. I'd much rather, instead of this being 0 deaths, I'd much rather this be like 5 deaths. And every time we had an advantage and our teammates were sitting on tower, we push in front of the tower. I'd feel way more comfortable about this game if we had more deaths, because we died trying to take space. Because again, you know, on top of all this, like our team comp is very goofy. This is the Nintendo special. But when we are in the Nintendo special, we need to be more comfortable doing these things. And this is where you can look at this and be like, okay, this is really bad. Like Nintendo really screwed up with our team comp, which true. But you can also think of this as like an opportunity. Like, oh, I get to like, and especially like once you were in the game and you saw how these 3, so outside of the weapons, the way that these 3 individuals on your team, when you see that the way that these three individuals play, there's an opportunity for you to be able to play frontline, not frontline as in you're like fully engaging, but like frontline as in taking space and holding good. You can take riskier positions and play more aggressive. That's kind of what was asked of you based off of like, based off of the way that your team was playing. Let's say frontline, like during a push specifically. Like when your team was on offense, like everyone refused to move forward. And this is an opportunity for you to play a very different role than you'll probably ever play in 99% of your matches. But in those 99% of matches where you're not going to be frontlining during your push, there's probably moments in all of those matches where you do have the opportunity to move forward And if you use this as an opportunity, like if you identify and adapt to this game and say, hey, my teammates are sitting on tower, I need to start taking space for our team. Someone has to do it. And yes, I'm a tri-stringer, but someone has to do it. And even like, it's very frustrating because you start thinking about your points. You start thinking about your rank. You don't want to lose the game. You know, you're thinking very objectively about things and you don't want to like, it was a Benjamin. I need to catch up with chat in a second, but I appreciate the convo happening. I will definitely get to all of it. But yeah, in all of these situations, this is why we have to think about our rank and stuff in the long term. We don't look at things as win and losses. We look at things as like learning opportunities. And then we learn from here that Nintendo's matchmaking is very silly. Sure, we all know that. But we can also understand that like there's a very specific role that's asked upon us based off of the way that our teammates are playing. And we can either like accept it and be uncomfortable and have a net benefit for our team. And potentially like if we're able to nail this role, like it fleshes out our comp better versus the role that we end up playing where we're just, it's another game of, yeah, no worries. I'll definitely ping on Discord when the reviews come through. Or we play like the same role that we always play. And it's just like, you know, I think part of the reason why we're not pushing ourselves is because we're autopiloting a little bit in the role that we're trying to play. I think there's certain decisions that are more heads up than others. So I don't think that you're fully autopiloting in all of your matches. But I think in terms of our positioning and in terms of like how to play the match, we're not trying to be creative. We're not trying to like, you know, play on a knife's edge and really try to min-max how we play every situation. Because if we were trying to min-max, if there was only one person left and they were like all the way in a, like backed all the way into a corner, like we wouldn't just be sitting casually like in mid, just like shooting shots. We'd be like moving forward up to the action and be like, okay, what do we do here? Let me get into position to start poking these people out of spawn. Let me look to get an ink miss down. And then we look to like, you know, make a play from there. At that point, if we need to back out, we can. But those few extra seconds of you poking at them and forcing them to have to deal with your ink mist, have to deal with all of the shots that you're shooting, that could be the difference in the amount of time you have to play defense at the end of this match. And like those little decisions like make a difference in the grand scheme of things. So again, I feel like you're a very solid player, but I feel like we're a little bit too by the books, a little bit too literal when getting advice about the game. It's not that the advice is wrong, but the advice can be applied in different ways. And we have to be comfortable playing outside of just that advice that is given to us. And that's kind of like the gift and the curse of guides, just holistically, is that they're very beneficial, but we have to know how to interpret them in the grand scheme of things. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, I think in terms of like answering your position question, it's just a matter of min-maxing. Really try to get the most out of it. Like whenever y'all have numbers, get the most out of it. You're only gonna go back to play if they release a new Dynamo? I mean, a golden Dynamo should exist eventually. The rank tends to not wait for the right moments for attacking, hold positions, and retreat, and not feed specials. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot going on, but I think in general, like, I mean, I feel like this game, the last review we watched, kind of encapsulates a lot of it, where there's opportunities for us to do stuff and we're just choosing not to do that. We're playing very sheltered and playing very comfortable doing the same thing that we're used to doing versus looking at the situation in front of us for what it is and being able to capitalize and fully maximize off of, having the numbers, having the position, and doing whatever it is that, we need to do in that moment. And that's why getting another perspective, reviews definitely help. Watching other players, watching, if you can find other Tri-Stringer players, or just backliners in general, I think. I think if you watch a lot of, ballpoint is something that's very prevalent in the meta, and ballpoint's very different than Tri-Stringer, but in terms of, positioning and stuff, if you can find a good Charger player, a good a good ballpoint player, they're going to be doing the exact thing that I'm talking about in terms of min-maxing their positioning. And once their team has an advantage, they're already looking to start moving forward. Not respect long range players. Yeah, that definitely happens. Or respect them too much, yeah. As the other side of it too. For real. Strongest ability for Stringer is follow shots. Finish that Charger position. If you trust your shot, know the range really well, you can pick them off. Yeah, definitely. Knowing your range is an important concept for every weapon. For every weapon, every map, for dozens of different positions you'll find yourself in throughout all the different games that you play. You need to be very comfortable with the range of your weapon. I'm low level for real. Vapor's... I appreciate the way Vapor plays. Especially reviewing some of your games. So, some of your positioning to play around very specific things I was impressed by. Mid-level, high-level border, but more in the mid-level end. I think that's in terms of the Splatoon assessment, I think that's very fair. But in terms of if I controlled the Splatoon community and how I judge people, there would literally be maybe 12 to 15 people maybe that I would consider high, in the West at least. I'm not super familiar with the Japan outside of the ones that play, and I've found their streams and stuff. But in terms of the actual West, there's probably only a handful of people I'd put in actual high level border, or not high level border, but high level realm. String review, let's go. Take care, Junketsu. Take care. Complaining about shooter privilege is nothing. Top players are good because of the time they spend in the game, not necessarily because of the weapons that they play. Yeah, I mean, people that want to cope will cope. It's just how it is. And that tournament that I played in on Saturday, the mid-level finalist tournament, little qualifier thingy that they did. I definitely think that we got comp diffed a little bit, and I got put in some very uncomfortable spots that I wish I would have played different weapons, but either way. But I'm not going out of that tournament saying oh man, they just had a better comp, there's no way we could have won that, because that would be coping. I'm not going to cope about that situation, because they definitely outplayed us. But I also didn't understand how to play against certain weapons that we had to play against, and changing our comp definitely could have helped our chances of winning, but we also could have, if better players played the exact comp we did, they could have won those matches for sure. It's not actually a comp diff, but we definitely made our lives harder by not adapting to properly adapting, I would say. We tried to adapt, but I don't think we properly adapted to a situation in front of us. But no, I'm with you. If people are gonna cope, the biggest thing is that you don't get into the cope habit. It's so easy to fall into the coping habit, and when you see other people do it, it's so easy to just like join the bandwagon of like, oh yeah, like, you know, this weapon is annoying and it should be banned. And not banned, I don't think people are actually like legitimately calling for bans, but they're like, you know, this weapon shouldn't exist, this weapon's like easy mode, whatever the case is. And people say it for everything, you know. It's just people don't like having to deal with strong things in a game. And if the strong like any weapon in this game that's top tier is annoying. There's nothing that you're gonna play against that you're gonna be fully comfortable like playing it against it at a high level. Like there's no weapon where it feels too strong. People are like, oh no, it's fine. It's that weapon. It's like fine. Like I felt that way a little bit about the early meta, but part of it was because I played Crab and Splash. But like playing against like 2 or 3 splashes, like that metagame felt really interesting to me. I thought it was very interesting. But, you know, obviously people are going to complain about it. People are going to complain about backlines. Fine. People will complain about, like, right now. And, like, if I was going to cope, I would complain about midline stuff. Oh, man, the Wiper is so easy, so basic. Like, Nautilus, it's such an easy weapon. Like, these people just, you know, all they have to do is just sit back and, like, they just win against short-range shooters. Which it's like, yeah, that's what they're there for. They exist to prey on the shorter range weapons. And if you're a shorter range weapon and you don't know how to play against it, which was the situation that I was in, you know, I generally understand. It's like, yes, don't fight them unless you're able to get inside of their range, or else you just lose. But that was, you know, like very generally, I understood what I needed to do. But in those specific matches, in those specific times, in those specific situations, I was unprepared, and it showed. Because I got chewed up. Granted, you know, both those Wiper players I lost against, very, very solid players. Nautilus player, very solid. Rest of their team, very solid. But at the end of the day, it's a lack of preparedness and not shooter privilege or whatever privilege, or, you know, the goofy things people want to cope about. Which I think at this point, people just do it to like meme. I find it hard to believe anyone that like has a serious take on like shooter privilege stuff. I'm sure there's someone that exists out there, but I assume on the internet everyone's just trolling at this at this point. If you're like seriously trying to improve. Zap covers what Neo Splash does, a pain support weapon, but Zap increases your movement speed and respawn faster, so you can get on faster. Yeah, it's fair. One thing I wish, I didn't really think about it at the time, but I felt so uncomfortable playing Zap during our matches against midline stuff. I wish we would have. I wish I would have actually played Splash against the Wiper so that I could, because I knew that, like, at least for my weapon pool and everything, like Splash would have made more sense. But the problem is that in certain situations, our team wanted a cooler. And if we we should have practiced it more. But I think the easiest adjustment would be like Sun is like generally like a charger player. If Sun would have gone Pencil, which they have a lot of practice with. If Sun went Pencil and I went Splash and we ran the rest of the comp the same, I think we would have actually been in a better spot in most of those matches. But I would have rather have foregone cooler altogether than play the way that we played it. But that's neither here nor there. Worlds was crazy. What's up, Reese? Yeah, I need to follow up. I watched day 1 live of Pokemon Worlds. I watched part of day 2 and I didn't watch any of day 3, so I need to go back and watch the finals. I've been on the Pokemon TCG kick lately. It's been interesting. There's so much for me to learn though. V-Splash is still good, but there's other weapons that cover its weaknesses better. Yeah. The other thing they have to look at is, and this is another frustration I have. It's a different frustration, but it's the same frustration. Is that a lot of times people like to analyze, like, I understand when you're comparing two different weapons, and yes, you can analyze them in a vacuum, but a lot of times when people look at like team comps and stuff, they don't look at the bigger picture. I'm not saying you in that situation, but when in order for things to be cohesive, there's certain things in your comp that you have to like check off of a list. And this goes into a whole other meta discussion. I have a very different opinion from the general consensus when it comes to like the meta and what people want and what's considered like a perfect meta. But that would be too long of a tangent. I'm already behind. I can find 8,000 tweets about mechanics and tricks, but nothing about strategy. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I think it's hard, but it's also one of those things that's like, you're almost like you put your, like, whenever you talk strategy, you have to like put yourself out there. There's a chance of you talking about a strategy and then getting you can look like the fool. Usually if you make a good mechanical play, like, you don't necessarily, like, you're not gonna like look like, if you get kills, like someone can say, oh, this clip isn't that impressive, but if you wipe the enemy team, it's like you made a good play, you know? So it's like there's a certain degree of having to put yourself out there to do that. Also, it's a lot more complex and hard to do. So there's a lot of pieces to it, but no, I'm with you. I wish it's also a more it's also a less exciting topic, I think, for a lot of people. It's like the fruits and veggies of your of Splatoon. A lot of people don't want to eat their veggies. They want the junk food of very fun looking plays. Which sometimes, you know, I get that as well. But yeah. Squeezer's nuts. Yeah, it's hard to use. It's difficult, and it has real life ramifications potentially. But I don't know. I think Squeezer's a fun weapon. I don't have the dexterity. I don't have the physical capabilities of making it work. Maybe if I practice it more, but the pros do not outweigh the cons for me personally. And ASV shy, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, basically. It's like interceptions for quarterbacks in football. Stats show that throwing more interceptions when you're down in late game correlates to winning more because you're trying for high risk, high reward plays. Yeah, that's a very interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I actually really like that analogy. Where, yeah, just looking at the stats is often quite deceptive, and it's important to understand like how to properly analyze. And yeah, that's a good example. Because if you need a play that's only gonna work 1% of the time to win the game, you should always go for that play, you know. Like at the end of a football game, like, yeah, if your team's losing, you're gonna throw the Hail Mary like down the field, and you're gonna, you know, hopefully have a jump ball for your team to go up and be able to get, because that's like your only real chance, unless you do something really crazy and creative. That's kind of like, you know, your one way of winning. But just throwing a very solid 30-yard pass, it's like generally that sounds good, but if you need a 60-yard pass in order to win the game, that 30-yard pass isn't gonna get you there. I'm impressive at how far behind you get in chat. I mean, hey, it is what it is. I appreciate the conversation. I always feel bad not like if someone inputs something into the stream, I want to make sure I'm able to give it back. Obviously, if it's like nonsense or garbage, I'm not gonna go over it. But you know, I would say this community, if you're sitting through my reviews, you're probably not the type of person that's going to be sending garbage. So yeah, I think almost all of our conversation is worth talking through. And there's a trade-off that I'm trying to balance where there's enough conversation happening to where I can't cover it all. But yeah, I need to work on the balance a little bit. But I do. Part of the reason that I enjoy streaming is just being able to have a conversation about things that a lot of us really enjoy. And it's just, I don't want to take it for granted. And if someone's going to take time to like talk about something, I don't want to ignore it. But maybe if I'm for someone that has thousands of viewers that's are chatting a lot, obviously that's not feasible. But yeah. Anyways, but yeah, thank you so much. I'm gonna assume your name is Spark, but thank you, Spark, for the review. Much appreciated. Now I think we have a Fizzy review, so let me get that code punched in. I think more Tri-Stringer gameplay. Holy, let's go. Fizzy is one of the resident Tri-Stringers. So it'll be nice to get another perspective about how the weapon is played. And unfortunately for today, I think I'm just gonna do 2 reviews. I want to take the rest of the night to like get more sleep, have a good, you know, not be tired after work tomorrow, and then try to just stream again tomorrow. That's the goal. We're gonna this is the next couple of weeks are gonna be us trying like the less is more approach, where if we live a healthy schedule, if I take time to sleep, if I take time or give myself more time to be able to, you know, hopefully get in some more exercise and more walks with the dogs. If I'm able to do more of that, then I will over time be able to output more. Also, I'm taking like a break from competitive stuff, so that's a lot of hours throughout the week that is free now. But yeah, we're gonna go with the healthy living. I think Fizzy, you were the one that showed the tea earlier, the loose leaf tea. I might have to purchase myself a little something. But we're on the up and up. Yo, what's up, Evelyn? Here from YouTube. Holy. Only watched a little so far. I want to find time to watch more. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, same thing with like streaming more. I'm trying to get more content out. I have so many good ideas, or what I think are good ideas, that I think can be very beneficial. And I'm already working on some things, but there's also like different. I'm probably going to be doing like there's a couple of different types of videos that I'm interested in doing that I think are all very interesting. And I want to get at least a first iteration of some of those out and kind of see how people do them. I like the reviews. Like the reviews are very nice, but there's some other things that you get a lot of the same lessons out of the reviews or other types of reviews. But yeah, that's the goal. But either way, thank you so much for supporting the YouTube channel, and very cool to see you here. I think that's been one of the interesting things about the YouTube side is that I don't really like, I think for some of the bigger projects I probably will, but I don't really promote, like I do on stream a little bit, but like on like Twitter and stuff, I don't really promote my YouTube channel at all. So it's been cool to see some growth to all of it. Oh yeah, I need to update this. Tri-stringer still, and then this is X rank, X rank. Oops. And we are looking at 1600. Let's get it. How would I know what a good game to save for coaching is? What would be a way to identify that I should save a replay? That's a good question. I think there's two. So there's two trains of thought. If you come out of a match and there's any decisions that you were really uncomfortable with and you wanted like a second opinion, you know, if you get forced into this really awkward position and you're like, I could have done this, I could have done this, I really don't know what the best play was. Or, you know, like if you find like these really complex decisions, I would love to take a look at them. You know, if there's a game where you feel like you should have been able to do more and you're just like, I know I could have done better, but I'm not really sure like how to do, like if there's something like in your intuition that's telling you like, oh yeah, I could have done this a little bit better, but I can't really do it. It's, that can be good. The other thing I would say generally is like, if you feel like you had a good game, then I would choose that as well. And when I say good game, I don't mean like you're smurfing on the enemy team and you go 20-0 and, you know, your team just gets like 2 wipeouts and KOs the enemy team. I don't necessarily like, I don't want to watch like a stomp, but if you feel like I had a really good game and we lost, like it was similar to the last match that we watched, you know, Spark went 17-0, which is very good stats, very, very good stats. Like I went 17-0 and like played really solid, but things kind of unraveled at the end. And they were like talking, like I think they did a really good job identifying positioning. I think positioning was a very big issue that could have helped clear that game a little bit better. But you know, that was a game where they thought they did a pretty good job, but they thought that they could work on their positioning and were able to do that. So if you don't know, I would generally just say look to find a game that you thought you did good, but don't be like a stomp. Don't, you know, as long as it's not like a 30-second game. I'd rather you choose, like, if you're not looking for something specific, I'd rather you choose a game you felt you did good on so that you are unable to like cope about certain situations. Like if you submit a game where like your teammates are really bad, or like, you know, like if there's something that you can in your heart that you can look back on and be like, oh, it's so like any mistake or any feedback that you get, oh, you know, it doesn't matter because of this other thing that happened that you're able to cope about. Try to avoid the cope as much as possible. So if you feel like, oh man, I had a really good game, sometimes that can help as well. And it can be a win or a loss. I just don't want a game where you win or lose in 30 seconds, you know? So, yeah. Anyways, another TC. Nice. Surgeon TC. I do not have a tough time playing on this match. This map is tough. I know I already said in my notes. Oh yeah, I gotta look at the notes. Thank you. Could not tell what my charger wanted to do for the life of me. I wanted to know how to handle this awkward situation where you have double backline because it doesn't have synergy. I've had double backline matches that were smooth, but not this one. Gotcha. And oh, you said, can I ask a couple questions about coaching as a general thing? Yeah, for sure. Any questions that you have? I know too much about loose leaf tea. I know nothing. I need all the info. If you have recommendations or anything, I'm looking for more info. But yeah, in terms of saving the replay, that generally would be my advice. Maybe I'm not too good at telling when a decision is complex. I think the easiest way for me to determine it, it's not like, oh, this is a very complex like you don't have to be overly analytical, but if you feel uncomfortable, it's probably an indication that you could go back into a situation. Like if you felt very comfortable about your decision making and it didn't work out, sometimes it just happens. Either you make a mistake, something happens, enemy team just outplays. Like sometimes you can make a decision that you feel confident in, and it just, you can identify why it went wrong. But there can be situations where you just feel very uncomfortable, which I guess we'll see in this match here. And if you don't know the proper way of going about it, or, I chose to do this, it seemed to work out, but I'm not really sure if that was the best way of doing it, then that can be another indication to want to kind of go back and get a second opinion. It was interesting. Oh yeah, let me double check the notes real quick and then we'll get into the review. But yeah, I'll probably do one. This will probably be the last review for the night. And again, I appreciate everyone's patience with everything. It's just been, whew. I'm trying to get back on track. My life, I can feel the momentum of my life getting better. Not that it was bad before, but I can feel like good vibes in the future, and I need to do everything in my power to like ride the wave. If that makes sense. It's hard to explain, but I also need a haircut. I don't know why. I don't know if this happens to anyone else, but whenever my hair gets too long, I hate it. But everyone probably has a preference. Some people probably don't like short hair and would rather have longer hair. But every time that I have longer hair, I feel like, I don't know. It's probably more correlation than causation, but whenever I have long hair, I feel like, or like once I have short hair, I feel like life has like, just feels brighter, feels more colorful. I don't know why. Whole match felt awkward. Not sure if it was because I was trying to avoid snipe perch, so I wouldn't step on the charger's toes. I probably have positioning issues again. Not to sit where, not being, I'm guessing like still. So not sitting where we usually do before you moving the tower. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, another positioning. I think positioning is also very important, especially as a backliner. Because again, I think last game did a good demonstration of it, where the general positions that they took were very good. And if someone just generally said, like if someone submitted a picture and said, hey, are these good places to position yourself as a tri-stringer on this map mode in this situation, I'd be like, yeah, this makes sense. This is good. This is all very good. But when you actually look in context of the exact situation, then it's like, oh, like it's good, but it could be better. And that's what we need to kind of work on. So I feel you. I feel like an issue with wins is that sometimes you just take massive risk and they happen to work out. And I mean, again, that could be open to interpretation. When you're winning, sometimes it is worth going for the haymaker and looking for the KO. This is where like evaluating risk is so important. And that's why I love playing card games specifically so much. It's because that evaluation of like when to take risk and like what risk are worth taking is like very crucial. It applies 1-to-1 in Splatoon quite a bit for, all the situations that you're talking about. But that's also the important thing of someone that is doing the review, even if that's you reviewing your own matches. But like something that I do when I'm watching reviews is it's really important not to be results based. We need to be evaluating decisions based off of the merits of the decisions themselves and not the results that came out of that decision. Because you're totally right. There's very risky plays where you take that 1% chance and it actually works. And I'm not gonna be like, oh my God, like you got a quad, that's crazy. Like this is so good. This is so smart. Because yeah, if you don't need that 1% chance play to work, then it probably wasn't it probably wasn't a good play. But like Benjamin was saying toward the end of the review, is like there are certain situations where without speaking of healthy schedules of going to sleep now, take care. But yeah, Benjamin made a great analogy where it's like at the end of the game, like there's certain situations where you have to take a big risk. You're not in a winnable situation, and you need like, or your chances of winning are like very low. So you need a very like, the lower of a chance you have to win them, like the lower odds you have to winning a match, the more risk you generally have to take. That doesn't mean that you from the jump, like there's a time and place to take those risks. And that's part of a skill too, is understanding, yes, we need we need to take a risky play, but which risky play? Because there's certain times where we don't have to take, like if you take the risk at the wrong time, then you just make a bad play. Like, holistically that you need to to make a certain type of play. But if you do it at the wrong time, then it's just like not gonna kind of work out. So it's a very interesting topic, for sure. I did a goofy flank circling through enemy base on Manta, got a triple, won the game because they were all just there on top of each other. I had no way of knowing that would be the case. Yeah, and that's if those flanks can be very, I'm assuming you probably went through like their elbow, or maybe you pushed through left. It depends on the map mode. But yeah, like those types of flanks can be really good because they might have been bunched up because they were focused on the tower. Like maybe you got 3 of them down and your team's pushing tower on Manta, and you're able to move forward enough to be able to get into a position to flank them once they're focused on stopping the tower at a checkpoint. But yes, just through the words themselves, it's really hard to, without seeing the actual moment that we're talking about, it's hard to fully say. So yeah, sometimes it can be goofy and not worth taking, and sometimes it can be very smart. And there's also a lot of the context of like how much time's left, what's the current score, does your team have a lead, does your team need to like, is this the final push of the game, is this 4 minutes into the game? Sometimes those, or in most cases, those other factors will also matter in terms of the amount of risk that you can accept in a situation. Yo, what's up, Sons? How goes? I like the new name. Sons first. I'm here for it. So often in solo queue, I feel like it's impossible to win without the big risk. It was zones. I went all the way around and dropped into their plot. I mean, if your team had the setup, like, depending on what weapon you're playing, I don't know. It's not necessarily a bad play. I play Zap, so if I was stuck doing my job, we would have lost. I think there's like, again, you want to look at like the weapon comps, like your team's weapon comp, and you also want to look at how they're playing. If you have, let's say that you have I don't know, I can't think of any aggressive weapons right now. Let's say that you had a 52 or something on your team. Let's say like your 52 like has the opportunity to move forward and they just like refuse to do so. They're like just gonna sit on zone. And it's like if they're not moving forward, then yeah, like you have to adapt to the situation. And like Zap is totally a weapon that can be the front line. And with the comp that you had, you might have needed to be the frontline weapon. Like going for those plays are definitely like, context matters, because there's a lot of like, I was talking about aggro tri-stringer in the last game because I felt like the situation demanded it in the actual like match. Sounds like Starburst, which star obviously another word connected to the sun. Starburst are my favorite sweets. Wait, what color? What color? What color Starburst? I need to know. Because I have the basic answer of pink. They're too good. One thing I will say though is that the orange, like all the orange and lemon, like the ones that people normally don't like I still think those are very good. If your comp is Zap Jr., it's hard not to step on each other's toes. Yeah, definitely. And again, that's where we need to like kind of read the room and understand how to best adapt into a specific situation. Like adapt to what your team's doing and also adapt to what the enemy team's doing. Because if you were able to flank around in zones, that means that they probably were all playing around left side. And you were like, if they're all playing on left and they leave that right side wide open, as long as there's enough time for you to be able to get that flank around before they're starting to push, like that play makes a lot of sense. Orange, apple, strawberry, blackberry. That, yeah, I think you have different flavors. That's crazy. Honestly, blackberry and apple sound delicious. Strawberry also. Oh, do we have strawberry? I don't even know what the flavors are. I just know the colors. But yeah, you definitely have different flavors. That's fascinating. All right. Anyways, on this map, so yeah, Double backline versus double backline. That's the one thing I sympathize with backliners because you get these really weird comps. Like every so often, as like a splash, I'll be in a game with like 2 or 3 backlines and it feels miserable. But if you're a backliner, you probably get multiple backlines on your team like quite often. Granny Smith apple. I love Granny Smiths. Yeah, that like a sour apple sounds perfect. I don't know if it competes with pink. Is pink strawberry? I don't even know. Whatever pink is, like, I don't know if it beats pink, but that sounds really, really good. Really, really good. So yeah, the important thing that we're looking at with this map is we have multiple backlines. Like, how do we play in this situation? One thing I would note in general is like great is a very important defensive position to take when the enemy team's moving to the first checkpoint. Even without double backline, even if you have like a backline and a midline, and sometimes you can play up here as well. Like having 2 people on these areas like is generally like it could be 2 here and none here. It could be 1 and 1. It could be 2 people up here and 1 person here in certain spots. Like it's okay to have multiple people on great. Like great is wide enough to where you can have good angles on both sides. The other things I would say, depending on the scenario, obviously first checkpoint's all the way over here, so I wouldn't want to defend from this area. But this is a nice like backliner angle for things. So we definitely want to avoid stepping on toes, but sometimes that redundancy isn't necessarily bad. But again, we'll have to see what happens in the match. Because holding a strong defensive position is going to be very important. Because once you start losing control, things feel a little bad. Alright. So your Charger's actually playing very aggressive early on. It's just kind of surprising, but I respect that. Oh, they're kind of killing it. I'm just gonna kind of let this play until it naturally stops. Ooh. Okay. I didn't know you were this good, Fizzy. Holy. Killing it. This is the longest push. Usually I stop pushes after a minute, but we're in too deep at this point. We have to see it through. Imagine I'll just KO and then we just watch the whole review. I just want to soak in just everything that's happened. We're gonna break it down, but okay, that's probably the start of the end. Unless your teammate's back up and you get a jump, but we'll probably stop it here. Okay, 2 are down. We get jump. This is a good time to stop. All right, cool. All right, so there's a lot that happens here. So the first thing that I would say in the opening, which your Charger kind of does, it's not that this Charger position isn't like good or bad necessarily, but this is an interesting opportunity in the fact that they're playing back here. I think it's possible for you to do something similar on this ramp over here if you need to. I think your positioning's totally fine, but let's say that like your Charger was sitting, you know, because like they're not applying a lot of pressure. This person's like painting for special for some reason. But like this is going to be a relatively slow game. And so if we feel like we can take space, then we can take space. But if we want to hold this position, like this type of position's fine. But again, if your team is, if this feels too clustered and too congested, this great over here, then you can start looking at using this ramp as an opportunity to, you know, look like you have more flexibility to move forwards and backwards playing here. Same thing over here. You have more flexibility to move forwards and backwards. So like this is the type of spot you can look at playing if you can move forward after you get picks, or like, you know, if they don't have this person over here, then maybe you can even continue to pressure forward over on the side. Same thing from playing like where this charger is. Another spot that people like to sit on, you can sit here on top of this area and you can still get shots like behind these areas and get good ink mist usage and still avoid having to deal with this charger at this range. So these are like kind of those in-between positions that I mentioned, where like we can be flexible like on all sides of the map. If we want to stay central, we can play here. And at any point, if things are like looking rough, if teammates go down, like if this person goes down, then we can hop back up to our grate and get back into this position very quickly. So it really just depends on the situation. And again, we can move up this way. If we need to move back, we go back to this position. And I think being in this position is totally fine for right now. But if you needed other options in this kind of situation, those are some potential options. Because you're still, like, you have the ability to move back. You have the ability to push forward if you need to. It just depends on if you want to play central, left, right. What are you trying to target? What are you trying to aim at? And like with both of their backlines sitting over here, and especially since you already have your charger here, you could look to potentially pressure this side a little bit harder, which you can do from up here as well. So either way is totally fine. I think this is the situation here where I want us to get more information. When our teammate's sitting on tower like this, I don't like us just playing behind the tower necessarily. Like, this isn't bad, but we can't really help. Like, what are we truly able to do in this type of position? You know? Again, it's not that it's bad, but what are we able to actually assist with in this situation? We can help, like if people push up through here, or if they drop from Great or something, or if they, you know, drop from Spinner, all of these little situations here, we can help with a ton. And if their team was more frontline oriented, if they had a brush and the 52 and, you know, like if they weren't playing double backline, then I would be more concerned about this pressure here. But with the picks that we have this early on, I think we can move to be in a slightly more aggressive position in order to get more value. Yo, what's up, Narcolepsy? Hello, hello. Welcome in. We could potentially take Spinner. I know one of our teammates is already on Spinner, but like we could look to take that type of position. But I think in general, like we just need to get more information, because the problem with this position here, especially after we get the early picks, is that they're probably going to end up having a backliner playing over here, and they're going to outrange us. And our teammates need an answer for this eventually. Yes, we might need an answer for this, but like based off of the way that this whole opening plays out, that likely isn't the case because we got picks, as many picks as we did. We have the ability to be able to move forward a little bit faster. It's like when you start, like I think the whale's fine. This gives us the information that that we're looking for. But once you start seeing that like this brush, which is like the one threat, I guess shot as well, but shot was already down. Like shot's coming in from respawn. So we're really just looking for this brush, which I think Whale does a good job of giving us that information, but we need to get more information because this charger is playing some very weird spots. Like they went for like an angle over here. Now they rotated to a more standard position. And I think that we can look to be a little bit more proactive, I guess, for lack of a better term. Because in this situation, like we see the charger really quickly and we back up. we want to identify, like, we need to get information on like where their team is. And like, if you're paying attention, you see shot here, you see brush over here, you see charger over here. Like, we haven't really seen the Hydra, and that's because they're playing all the way up here. I don't know if we fully know that in this moment of like where the Hydra is, but we want to kind of start dissecting like where those like threats are. Because if like Hydra's out of play over here, and if their Hydra is going to be sitting this way, I would want to start pressuring this area like earlier, and also pressure this, like pressure the grate and pressure this window area like a lot faster. It's an awkward spot, but I think us building for special, getting info onto the brush, really good. I think once we get that information, we need to start thinking about this whole the whole context of this situation. And one thing I would say against double backline, and something you also want to avoid if you are playing double backline, is we want to make sure that everyone's positions are like relevant. I think that's one thing whenever I'm just playing against a backline in general, is like you need to be always aware about where that backliner is. But if they're not positioned like either they're going to be positioned very standard, or which if they played more standard here, if they had someone like over here and then had someone over here, then like we could potentially punish them. Like they're in our range for us to potentially be able to like punish them. But if they're playing this far back and this far away from the objective, then it's not that they're necessarily, it's not that we can like we can't punish this person by getting a pick because they're in a bad position, but we can punish this person by like finding that weakness in their formation and look to punish it. So once we get this whale out, we probably can like start more directly attacking this this grate. And it's like it's a heads up play, because it's one of those things where like there isn't necessarily a pick we're getting, so like it feels very uncomfortable to start moving forward. And you know, again, at this current rank with your teammates, like this isn't necessarily the role that you know, you don't want to be the frontliner for your team, you know? But like if your charger's playing in this type of position, I guess technically they can kind of awkwardly watch this, and they can watch any of these potential flanks that happen early on. But if you're a little bit more proactive over here, and you have more presence on this right side, or again, if you want to climb up here and get more presence onto this grate area where the charger might be sitting, then it can allow your teammates to potentially like want to move forward. Because ideally, if you can get this person off of this area and Hydra's sitting, you know, basically in a useless position, and their front line can't interact with the tower at all, this should provide an opportunity for your team to start, you know, fully taking control of this grate and starting to take, like, you can start pushing this this window area over here. And it's not something you want to do, but like if you get on the tower and like ping this way or booyah or something, and you get like a toxic mist over here, or you get a toxic mist here, sometimes that can like clue in your teammates of like, hey, I'm throwing a toxic mist onto this snipe area because I want you to climb on top of the grate and push this person, which is maybe a little bit scary with the Hydra here. But sometimes your actions and your positions can help better articulate your intention of what you're trying to do in any given scenario. I think I wasn't focused on brush because I was shooting up in their snipe, but one of the there's a chip zone, which is what you're looking for. So I think I was divided between the grate snipe and window. Yeah, and like all this stuff is like together, you know? Like if you start trying to push this way and this grate area isn't clear, then the person that's pushing window is going to get punished. So yeah, like, realistically, you probably do, like you do need to kind of take grate before you take this window area. But we need, like our actions can be a little bit bolder to let our teammates know to move forward. Like, yes, this person's sitting on tower, but if you go up, because your team is your formation is like reasonable. But if you want this person to start moving forward, and they're, I don't know if they, okay, they just use their special. But, you know, they can potentially play down here in this pit if you're able to get on tower and you can get like pressure on with your ink mist and your shots on other parts of the map. Like maybe you get a toxic mist up here, maybe, or you know, it could be over here and like you're pressuring certain areas. But like your positioning, like sitting back here is telling me that like, okay, we're gonna get first checkpoint, but we don't really have like a good plan for after the first checkpoint. And that's what I'm concerned with. This happens a lot in, you know, low, mid-level, whatever type of gameplay is like when when our formation is very, and like it's good that this person's starting to move forward when this person ends up dropping. But when we don't have a clear way forward, which this orange zap does give us a clearer way to start moving forward. But when we're like just hovering around the tower and we don't have a lot of pressure in these important areas that we need to be pushing into, what'll end up happening is that we still sit on the tower and we just kind of ride it until we put ourselves on an unnecessary clock to like have to clear these people out. And if we're not fast enough and we don't have the resources, or we used our resources to back this person up, and we don't take space after using our whale, then we're going to be fighting bad fights like as tower gets closer to the enemy team and closer to their strong parts of the map, basically. And that's what I generally want to avoid after this first checkpoint. Because the whale kind of like backed them out and then we didn't have a plan. Which like our charger was able to get a pick. Like our charger is able to go for this like quirky flank. And we're able to stop this person over here. We get the initial pick on the sniper. So like all this is good. And like we start getting these picks. Stop the buoy bomb. But yeah, I want us to be getting even more forward in this situation. Like their entire team just went down. Instead of sitting in this very awkward window with limited visibility, like why not try to take their grate, you know? Because taking this grate up here allows for more pressure from the rest of your team to like be able to move forward. You know, maybe we can touch tower and like, I don't know at this point, I guess with 3 down, like if you know you can take window, like there's a point later on where we know we can take window and like we should be pushing for that if we can. I don't know if we necessarily know that now. Because right now, I don't think we know where the brush is. Like now we see brush. And then we get this pick. And it's like there's 2 backliners left. Oh, we can get the Hydra. So like we get the touch here. In this type of situation, I would probably, like I'd honestly like look to take this window. Just don't worry about the objective. If you can start moving forward, your teammates can jump in. And then like let them get the objective. But right now there's a clear window after we get 3 down. And like the rest of their team swimming in. Or we can like start taking these more aggressive positions. We can sit here, you know, depending on the weapon that we're playing against, we can potentially push up and poke at these areas, maybe even poke over here if they're trying to drop from left side, which is infrequent, but it does happen sometimes. If they start rushing at us, we can back up toward this way, and then eventually our teammates can start helping us. But if we can hold some sort of presence over here, because we can still, like, if we can get up into this space safely, we can stay alive in this spot in most cases. Especially when our teammates are kind of moving forward. And I want us to be, like when you're sitting back here and first checkpoint's happening here, and your team has like a little bit of an advantage. You know, tower sitting over here and you're sitting, maybe it's closer to like where it is now. Like when tower's sitting over here and you're like sitting in like, you know, not a bad spot, but it's just like kind of awkward. Like there's in these little situations, there's opportunities for us to play a little bit more aggressive. And I think, you know, when we have first checkpoint, I think we can do a little bit more to pressure this area. And I think, on the first checkpoint, I think we can do more to pressure like the Great, especially with their Hydra sitting all the way over here. And I think we could have pressured it a little bit harder and like forced, like once we have an advantage, we can kind of force the play a little bit more. And even if we start trading, like we're still going to end up getting jumps and we'll be chilling. But then on the second checkpoint, when we're pushing tower toward the second checkpoint, when you're sitting like in this type of position and like you can barely hit people that are like up here, instead of sitting where we are now, we can move up closer to the Great, and then we can have better coverage of this. We can watch this. We can even potentially look at people that are dropping from this way. Like there is a risk when we push to Great, there's a risk that if there's someone already up here, like they can get a good angle on us. But when we get 3 down like this, we know that there's no one like in this area yet. So if we know we can take this space clearly somewhere on this Great, if we know we can take that space like safely, very easily, then we're already in position to stop the drops. If we're sitting back here, then this person can drop with no repercussion. But if we're sitting over here, it gives us an opportunity to have like a very easy pick on them. Still requires to hit the shot, but you know, I'd rather take that shot and look to continue to snowball the match than versus not having the opportunity to take that shot at all. Because if you take it and miss, you go back to where you were before, and you know, it's fine. But if you do hit the shot, it's an opportunity to accelerate the game. And again, in this situation, I would be looking, especially once this charger has to reposition. But I think you should have done it before. But I want us to get up here. Should you be the one farthest forward up here? Ideally not, but the situation allows us to be able to do that. Because if we're up here and we're pressuring, it's so easy for someone like Roller to start curling bomb in and start attacking the people on their back street. But because we haven't taken that space, they have a harder time like being able to move forward. And like no one ends up making this type of position. So then we get like clogged up behind the tower, and that's kind of how this whole thing happens. And like we start taking this type of play now, but now they're like surrounding us. Like I like this idea, but and you know, if we play this situation more times out, you probably get that pick on the snipe that's also sitting here like more times than you don't. So that was a little bit unfortunate. But if we take this position earlier, they're all flooding from over here and up here versus being over here and right here. And then we still have to deal with someone potentially dropping on us from the far right side. Like because we're later, we're almost getting like swarmed. And we have to deal with a lot, like this situation gets a lot more complex. And also gives them time to build specials, and especially against other backliners, like they can take more aggressive positions and they're already like charged up. Like part of the value of getting these spots early when you're playing against backliners is that they need time to, like anytime they reposition, they have to charge up their shots, like rev up the Hydra or charge up the sniper in order to take those shots. So like part of a charger repositioning is that the charger has to reposition and they have to charge up their shots. And it just allows for more of a window for us to be able to do things. But overall, really good push, but there was just like a couple of opportunities there that we probably could have KO'd. If we took the window at the very beginning, after we got the double around tower, I think we probably KO there. But overall, again, very, very good play. I think you play this very well. There's opportunity for us to get more value, and we need to be min-maxing. I think for the most part, you play this pretty well. Wait, was this the same person that was here before? He's never got the pick. Ooh, okay. Yo, Barry. Holy. Yo, Barry, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream, my friend? How was the games? Did you go team money? Did you win all of the money in the Splatfest and the shills? I went team fame, and unfortunately, I was blindsided. I didn't think we were gonna lose, but good morning. Is it the morning? Shoot, I guess we're close. Yeah, hope the stream went well. Hope you had a good time. One of the 9%, yes, very strong. As much as the competitive community talks about the plus server, I'm surprised the entire competitive community didn't go team fame. I was the only real one that was honest about those things, but no, I'm kidding. Anyways, yeah, I hope everything was good. Team love, honestly, that's very valid. But yeah, we are just going over some reviews. We've had some back-to-back stringer review. I think the theme of the night has definitely been positioning. I'm not sure exactly how the rest of this game plays out, but we're really trying to focus on like maximizing value as a backliner, which I think you do a good job of, especially as a resident backliner, of knowing when to move forward even when there's potentially awkward positions and adapting to the situation at hand. It's a tough thing to do, especially as a backliner, but yeah, these games so far we potentially could have got KOs in both of them if we like move forward just a little bit faster. But very solid gameplay all around. Super happy. Hey, what's up, Chops? Hello. Well, welcome in, everyone. Yeah, for anyone that may be new, I guess first off, if you're in the stream, you know Barry. If you don't, go follow them immediately. Very solid player, incredible charger, incredible, can kind of play whatever just because they have such a solid grasp of the game. Very chill chat, very chill channel. So if you're looking for the good vibes, and I talk about it a lot, but just positivity in the community. Not that this game can't be frustrating and cause us to not always be in the most pleasant mood always. I get tilted quite a bit, but you know, the beacons of positivity and just like good vibes, and a very welcoming and friendly community. It's no wonder why Barry has the success that he's had. It is not something that he lucked into. He's a very awesome person in the community, and when he pops his head into the competitive side for a LAN or for commentary, it's always a treat. So again, I'm sure you know who Barry is, but and yeah, definitely go follow Barry. Nothing will tell me more than being attacking side and tricolor. Oh no. Yeah. I saw Jim tweet about this. I guess technically he's not wrong. But I'm scared that more people are gonna be okay with attacking their fellow friendly gamers. I don't know. Maybe I look at things differently. Maybe from like if you're trying to like win the Splatfest or something, maybe there is a min-max where it's worth it. But I get so frustrated when we like wipe out the defending team, and then one of the attacking teams is like picking up the thing in the middle, and the other one like splats them. Which I guess, again, maybe that's something that's worth fighting for, but almost every time that situation happens, neither team gets the little the rain boost, and then we end up losing the game because we are like bickering over who's gonna win the game for us. I don't know. Some people, there might be a more analytical take for it, but I just like when I'm playing in a tricolor match, I just want to like win. Whether I win more or win less, I don't care. I just want to like win. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm open to compelling arguments that aren't that. But yeah, I purposefully, whenever I'm the attacking team, I purposefully will never go for the ultra signal when the defending team's wiped, because I know that if I try to go for the signal, there's a good chance the other attacking team's gonna splat me. But if they go for it, I know that I'm not gonna splat them. And yeah, it's just like it's very interesting to watch, but and participate in. But yeah, that frustrates me quite a bit because I just want to win. Because like when the attacking team fights, like when the attacking team has a very clear advantage and can just like snowball the game, I'd rather just guarantee that we win. Once we get the ultra signals, like sure we can do whatever. Like there's a good chance that we're not gonna like lose the match. But until we get to that point, just work together. I don't know. Yeah. I didn't even really play. I think I played like one game of Tricolor, but yeah, there's so many just like memories of like why are we doing this? But man, yeah, we got each other for sure, for sure. Yeah, welcome in, Celeste. Okay, I'm glad I got Barry on my side on this argument. Because if you're team love and you're not doing that, are you really team love? If you're team love and you're attacking the other attackers, I want you to reevaluate the decisions that led you to where you're at now. But I say that half jokingly, but also just to win the game. I don't care how we win it, just win the game. Only money? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My love is selective. I guess that's fair. It's how you interpret the team love. Anyways, we're doing reviews here. If someone I do free reviews, I'm taking a bit of a hiatus from competitive, so I should have more time to put toward the stream and also the YouTube channel. So if anyone would like to get a review, they're totally free. All I ask is that you join the Discord. There's a replay channel, so if you just put the replay code in there and any other notes that you have, any questions, any any additional notes to help of like things that you're looking to improve on, looking to learn about, a decision in the match that you wanted to really bury into, and like dig a little bit deeper, then we can do that. And yeah, we do all those live. Oh my, yo, Kurla, holy. I guess that's a good time for the spiel. But how was the splatting, Kurda? How were the games? How was the try color or whatever you were playing during the Splatfest? Also, which team? Were you part of the 9% with me, Team Fame? But yeah, also my YouTube channel is here where I've been condensing the reviews, and there's other topics that with more time I'll be able to cover more often. But yeah, how was the stream? How was everything? Also, if you're here, you probably already know Kurda. But Kurda, another wonderful streamer, very lively, very entertaining. Has also, I say recently, but I guess it's probably been a few months. Has dug into the competitive community and has definitely had a very successful endeavor so far, and will probably continue to be successful. So if you enjoy the competitive side, if you enjoy the vibes, definitely check out, follow, support Kurda. Hopefully, hey Tonic, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. But thank you for the follow, appreciate you. Here comes Kurda wiggling her way into your stream. I like the wiggle emo. Welcome in Soda and Mochi and Luno. Hello everyone. Still dislike Turf. I feel ya. I enjoy Turf War Pro, but not for as long as the Splatfest happens. I enjoy playing Turf War for like a little bit, but it's like Friday, Saturday, and like part of Friday, part of Sunday, and all of Saturday is just like too much. I usually always climbed a ruler, but I couldn't do it. I was a couple of games away and I just couldn't muster the courage to get it done. I'm with you on that. Thank you for the hydrate. Deep Rock. I can't even pronounce that. Galactic. Why can't I say that word? That game looks super fun. I've never played it, but I know it's like multiplayer and it looks really interesting. Trying out things? Yeah, for sure. I think even competitively, it can be interesting. I just hate when Turf War like forces you to play it. If they added a Turf War specific challenge, you know, like if they introduced some other factors that played into it, I could have more fun with the Splatfest, but I probably I can enjoy Turf War for like 2 to 3 hours every couple of months whenever they do Splatfest. But once that happens, I'm stuck playing Turf War. And especially like there was a tournaments over the weekend. Every time there's like an important tournament, there's also a Splatfest happening. And I can't warm up properly for the tournament. And welcome in, Jaden. Hello, hello, hello. I was Love. Fair. Valid. I'm surprised that Team Love did not win the popularity vote. Let's be real. Shifty stations. That'd be fun. Turf War challenge implemented? Yeah, I'd be here for it. Like, what if there was just like a little segment where like the challenge like had like the same way that tricolor like factors into the overall score? Like, what if they had like challenges that also factored into the overall score? I feel like it could be like kind of interesting, but I don't know. There's a lot that they could do with this game. They do a lot of good things with this game, but I feel like they could do a lot more. We never find one. That's too real. It's too real. Yeah, anyone new, I do reviews. I was talking about it a little bit before, but reviews are totally free. I just ask that you join the Discord. That's my way of managing and organizing everything. But put your replay code in. Any additional notes that you have, feel free to put them in. And yeah, we do all of those reviews live on stream. So yeah, we'll jump back into it. But thank you so much for the raids, Barry. And thank you so much for the raids, Kurta. And I hope y'all had a nice Splatfest or doing other things during the Splatfest. And yeah, have a nice sleep. Enjoy the start of your week. I know Mondays can always be hit or miss, but yeah, definitely best of luck. Stay hydrated. Stay being awesome people in the community. And again, I appreciate y'all's kindness and existence here in the community. Yeah, we're looking at some Tri-Stringer gameplay here. A lot of emphasis on positioning based off of the notes that Busy was so kind to provide us. I do like his repositioning on the left to avoid the Hydra. The one thing that I wanted to mention in this position is that even though we get a positive outcome here, we get a snipe on, or we get a pick on the snipe, I feel really uncomfortable sitting in this type of position because we don't fully know, and we don't have like an Incubus to cover us. We don't really know what's happening like on like these walls. I'm just potentially scared of us getting like flanked. Because this person's up here. Why did they? Oh, so they focus on these Trizuka snipes instead of dropping on us. But this is like one thing that I was a little bit scared of. I don't hate that we go for it, but there's an inherent risk of doing it. And I would probably look to preemptively Toxic Mist the top of the snipe before we go for it. But we get our pick and we're chilling. Again, sitting on this grade is kind of... This pathing is a little bit scary. Like, we're fortunate that the Hydra's watching the tower because we could have gotten melted. Like, this positioning's good, but before we just immediately drop, we need to take a second and like get information. Oh, Fizzy, Luna, and Arrow. I miss doing Fizzy spam. Sometimes like when you get the right comp and you're just spamming Fizzy bombs. I don't play as like with Machine being not as meta and me not playing it as much. I still think it's very good, but because we don't see it as much, like I don't get to play Fizzy too much. Sometimes I'll play Neo or Tri Nouveau, sorry. And when I get to play Tri Nouveau and I get to spam Fizzy Bomb, it feels so good. I'm a big fan. But yeah, in this situation, I'd rather us start looking at in front of us. Like it's good to get some information here and stuff, but I think we drop forward a little bit too preemptive. And like there could be someone sharking in this area, there could be someone over here. There's also the, you know, the Hydra that's also sitting over here. But I feel like we don't have enough information to comfortably like be able to assist here. And my guess of what you're trying to do here is like you're trying to clear this area so that this person's a little bit safer on the tower. But what should happen in this situation, if your teammate sits on tower here and they end up getting splatted, like that's on them. You don't want to put yourself in a bad situation to help support your teammate if they make a bad decision, you know? So like there's this person behind us, but once we get the Ink Mist down, like I'd rather focus on, like I feel like we're trying to, like we're a little bit panicked and we're like trying to do too much. And we're like commit to help this. But like we're in a good spot here. We have a teammate. This shot can't fully push us because we have this Ink Mist like kind of covering us. So I still want us to like kind of lay low and give ourselves some time to get some info. But I'd rather see what's happening like behind us with that shot. Are they backing up back into their pit? Are they flanking in mid? I just want to know like what's happening with them. Because yeah, they end up going for this flank. And realistically in this situation, your roller should be getting off of the tower. They don't need to be pushing for points. They sit on the tower and that should give you time to focus and like get this pick. Because this person's probably just going to keep painting their way into mid and we should have a pretty easy opportunity to get a pick there. Then we can turn back around, focus our attention and start supporting this type of play. But there's too much happening right now. And this is why like we need to get off of the tower. This is a common mistake that we'll see from people is that they just like, they sit on the tower, like they're on tower and they just sit on it until they get splatted. And like, oh, if they get more points, they feel better. But you know, we can, part of controlling the tower is that we get to dictate, yo, it's Sunny. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you had a nice Splatfest. But the thing about controlling tower is like we get, and it's just controlling all the objectives. Like you get to dictate the pace of the push. In Clam Blitz and Rainmaker, kind of in zones. And in TC. Like if you want to move the objective forward, like we get to make that decision. So if the situation is uncomfortable, which this is more about like your roller in the situation. But if the roller is going to like stay on the tower, just like let them, like don't make a bad decision to try to like help them. Just let them get splatted. They can jump back in because you get this pick on this person and you're chilling. Team Mr. Beast, let's go. Oh, Mr. Beast money, I see. Because we're throwing ourselves, like this has been a common theme, is like when we do end up pushing up, it was the same thing in the previous push when we finally did push up onto this window. We're like pushing into the enemy team in situations where we're like getting surrounded. There's just like too much happening. We need to be able to isolate ourselves in situations to be able to find value. It's okay to push up in these situations, probably not with Tri-Stringer, but like if you're playing like a blaster or you're playing like a shot or something, or like a shooter, short-range shooter, it's okay to go for these types of plays if you can be very quick and deliberate and find like a pick on like the Hydra that's up here or something. Like if there's an opportunity to kind of like needle your, you know, thread the needle and find your way into the back line, like we can commit to it. But as a Tri-Stringer, we shouldn't necessarily just be dropping and like forcing something in this situation. We can be a lot more methodical and take it a little bit slower. All right, I need to do a quick intermission. I need to put some bed sheets on the bed, but I will be right back. Today was a laundry day. Certainly there. I guess I can just do it here. Let's see, give me like 2 minutes. If I can find the little piece. Sheets on the bed. One second. Alrighty. We're back. Appreciate the... I need to have a button on my little Steam Deck so that I can press a button and it immediately gives some content. I'll work on that. So, yeah, as we were talking about before, in this kind of situation, we're just like, we're in the middle of everything. And like, especially as a backliner, but honestly, as like most weapons, we don't want to be in this situation unless we're like pushing forward and like have a specific plan in mind. Because we're just going to get pressured from multiple different angles. I do like the creativity of using the, like we use the sponge for cover to give us more time. I really like this. But realistically in the situation, we need to be jumping out. Like this is very clever. But we still have this person behind us. This person's dropping over here. We still have this, like there's no good place for us to move forward. Probably the best we can do in this situation is pressure this charger, but we have to like cross over and take that fight. But I think the more responsible play in this situation is just to, you get this type of position, you jump back to your team and hope that you don't get splatted in that time. I should have jumped out. Gotcha. But I love all the little decisions that you're making to give yourself more time. It's like once you're throwing yourself into these bad spots, you're making the most out of them. But we want to try to not force ourselves into bad positions because we're like kind of panicked. Or we're trying to do too many things at one time. I'd rather us do one thing that we can be really good at versus like trying to manage 3 different things and not being able to properly execute at any of them. One thing I do want to mention during this little push here is like, I feel like we're forcing a little bit too hard to try and get onto the tower itself. Like this makes sense. In this situation, I'd be a little bit scared about anyone potentially pushing over the top here. I'd be a little bit more careful about that. But like this pick is good. Again, I really like the use of your ink mist. Or toxic mist, whatever they're called. Yeah, like even pushing there was a little bit scary, but like once y'all start getting your picks and everything, or like this person recalls, like in this kind of situation, we don't want to take this short range fight with whoever's going to be on tower. Like I understand that like maybe we're trying to get a jump on the recall, but in this situation, they have to get to 18 and they have to move past another checkpoint. I'd rather us reposition to somewhere safer in this situation. Realistically, you probably can take the window because your charger just got splatted. This person's gonna end up recalling, but you can take this kind of position and be able to like properly defend over here. I don't like us immediately rushing to the tower. Like I understand that you want to stop them from moving the tower, but we have a lot more time than you may think. Like they have to get through a full checkpoint, and if you end up taking a fight with some short range weapon on the tower and you immediately die, you'll be kicking yourself. Like, why did I go for that instead of just like playing to the strengths of my weapon over on the window? Again, covering it with ink mist or toxic mist, which is really good. I'm gonna call it mist. Because there's a chance where you don't get well out in this situation. Yeah, again, these angles aren't bad, but I want to be focused on, like, I don't want to get pressured from over the top. And when your charger's sitting like over here, watching this left side, like I'd rather us cover another angle that we need to be careful about, which is the spinner and like our snipe area and like potentially even a right flank. So I think they're broad, like all their weapons potentially, especially the 2 front lines, but they can look to potentially get an angle from, like they can get an angle. Oops. Either they can push up to here or they can flank around over here. And I'd rather get more information on here. Because again, like this tower is like nowhere near being in a position to start threatening taking lead. And I think we're a little bit too focused on the objective. Because like our teammates go down and now we're definitely going to start feeling a lot of pressure and we're not in a position to be able to react to that situation. Like this entire situation, we're hoping that there's no one on top of us that are going to drop on us. Which is a very common way for them to start pushing us. And if they do at any point, then we like immediately get punished. And this map, like this whole, your assignment here is to make sure that doesn't happen. And this whole situation, like they break open the floodgates the second that someone goes for that type of play. It's like your general position is not bad, but we need to be more thoughtful about the different threats that are going to be pushing us in these types of situations. And eventually they do get someone over the top. Obviously Brush is going to be a very difficult play for us and we end up going down because of it. Might be able to salvage this. This is a situation I would run to tower. Okay. I was scared someone else is going to touch it, or even the tower gets the extra second push. Very minor, but when we use, like, this whale isn't bad because it kind of lines up when our teammates are pushing out. But I feel like this isn't a deliberate use of our whale. I feel like we're using whale because this thing is charged up. And I want us to be a little bit more mindful of like when we're actually pushing with whale. Ideally, you can get yourself into a position to be able to help your team. But if you are this far back and like your team is taking fights in mid, it's okay to whale because it's like a global special. But I would rather us take a little bit more time, get into a position like up here, maybe. You know, somewhere on the grade, maybe up here, and be able to like push with it. Because we're kind of just like pushing for the sake. I mean, we're using it for the sake of it, which again, in this situation, it isn't too bad. I don't like the technique of, oh, I have special and then just use special, which I know you don't do often, but I feel like we might be a little bit panicked and stressed, and this game has gotten a lot closer than I'm comfortable with, which I can understand. So if you have replays, you can submit them in the Discord channel and we'll go through them. Yeah, because like this position isn't like great for you. We don't want to be fighting on like low ground. Yeah. So I'd rather us just play on top of this. I'd rather us play on the window. Like if we can play on great, we have to also manage people pushing us from on top of the spinner. So like playing on this grate is fine, playing on scaffold's okay, playing on windows fine. Like all these spots are generally okay, but I don't want us to be sitting and like, again, at any point we have no agency on if we're gonna get flanked or not. We're just crossing our fingers that no one's gonna drop on us at any moment. And for the most part, they haven't. But once the brush does, we immediately go down. Give Stringer Storm. Honestly, that'd be kind of. I think that would definitely work. It's like now we're repositioning, but I think we could have done it a little bit faster. I think we get Toxic Mist down earlier here, but we're chilling. I think we get Toxic Mist down again here, but... And like, we get 2 down, now we can start moving forward. Now we move forward. I understand we want to safely have whale for the very end of the game, but we need to be helping our team in mid now. Like, when we get 2 down as fast as we do, we can be a lot faster in these types of situations. Again, we should be moving farther forward. We're too comfortable being like out of play. Like we have no agency on if the enemy team gets tower or not. And if our teammates decide to take bad fights or like aggressive fights and they lose it, then, you know, we weren't there to be able to support them. So that's what I'm a little bit concerned with toward the end. is making sure that we're setting ourselves up to be able to help our team as best as we can. In certain cases, that meant moving backwards so that we could have higher ground. And in certain cases, that meant moving forward because we had numbers and I'd rather, you know, pressure the enemy trying to desperately push in versus giving them the space and being ready to set up for the tower push. Like we can avoid that tower push altogether if we hold solid in mid. And when we have a 4v2 advantage, that should be comfortable enough for us to be able to start moving forward. I almost always get killed in window when the enemy has charger. I think I was subconsciously avoiding it. So that's fair. But the other thing is a good point. Is a good point, definitely. But one thing that I do want to mention about that is that when they're moving tower at the end, we can reposition ourselves, like we can space ourselves in a way. It's like if we were playing on tower. So yeah, instead of being in this position, if we were in this position instead. So yeah, we'll just take this as an example, and I can kind of understand your kind of thought process now. Even though like when they were sitting here, sometimes they had angles through the grate to like snipe you, and you got lucky that they missed. But even outside of that, if we're sitting over here, like we don't have to be up here to defend the tower that's like sitting here, you know? Like if their charger's sitting in this type of position or over here when the tower's pushing, it's like, yes, if you're sitting all the way in front, you leave yourself open. You should definitely get some sleep, Sons. I don't know about caffeine time, but I hope you're enjoying your coffee and or tea. Like you can play back here, like play at your max range to where the tower is and like make these micro adjustments of moving forward and backwards as you need to do. Because if you're sitting back here, this person can't hit you. Even if they're sitting up here, even if they're sitting all the way up here, they can't hit you. So just because you're sitting window, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be here. And yeah, I would avoid the scaffold. Like scaffold against certain comps is fine. I would avoid scaffolds altogether because I don't want to deal with this. Your birthday, nice. I mean, hey, if it's your birthday, you can sleep all day if you'd like, but maybe you don't want to. So no, I feel you. But that's the important thing that I want to mention here is that you don't necessarily have to be here. You know, if we need to push back, like if we have to be back here because tower is like here and we can hit those max range shots, then we can do that. At a certain point, if tower gets to like when the tower gets to the third checkpoint, wherever that thing is. Where's the third checkpoint on this map? I like have forgotten. Is it right here? I think it's like here. I don't know. Either way, like once tower gets past this area, like after tower's past this and it starts moving this way, then instead of being on the window, this is where you can potentially play off of like the back street. You can reposition to like where this shield is and still keep your distance from a lot of things. And when you play on this back street over here, you can still like, it's enough cover for you to be able to poke out and like hit the tower when it gets past a certain point. But we want to be very deliberate with our positioning in these spots and just sitting over here and exposing ourselves to this, to potentially people dropping this way, leaving ourselves exposed in certain, like for little glimpses that we almost get punished for. We expose ourselves to people like sitting top mid. We need to be very careful. Like I don't think you would justify being down here, but we have to also make sure that we know why this is as bad as it is. Like you're able to continually like move and you're able to get value there, but it's just very risky. And we're just hoping the enemy team doesn't make the mistake. But I mean, I would say for the most part, for this match, and we'll go into the kind of final piece of it in a second, But like throughout most of this match, like when you were defending, like your charger was like sitting up here watching this way, and then you were kind of focused on like kind of helping this, and like you were able to help over on the left side a little bit. But I think for the most part, like I don't think double backline was like really too much of an issue. I would actually give a little bit of kudos to your charger for taking like I feel like y'all did an okay job because this person seemed very conscious of the fact that y'all were double backline. And I think neither of you were stepping on each other's toes. Like even at the beginning, they took this like awkward angle over here. It's not bad, but it's just like probably a little bit different. And to give them the benefit of the doubt, I would say they did that specifically because you were already playing up here. So I think between the both of you, I think you kind of spaced yourself out. But at the end of the day, it's really just understanding the good positions on the map and you know, when you're trying to push, so like when you're on first checkpoint and you're pushing, there's threats over here, there's threats over here, and then maybe even over here. But like there's these types of areas. So to answer your question of like, how do I prevent any awkwardness with double backline? There's always going to be some awkwardness because it's just not ideal. There's a reason why you don't see it too much in competitive play. But when like identifying the different threat points, maybe even spinner if it's open, and just make sure that y'all aren't looking at the same thing. And I think for the most part, y'all like whether you all were aware of it or maybe subconsciously aware of it, or maybe you just lucked out. But I think in most of these scenarios, we didn't really step on each other's toes all that much. But in other situations where maybe it doesn't work out as well as it does here, a surprise, nice. Hopefully it is a fun surprise and hopefully you have a nice time. But yeah, if you need to stay up, definitely get some caffeine. But when there's these multiple points of attack, we want to position ourselves and maybe even over here to like handle these threats. And like, you know, charger could sit over here. So like charger could sit either up here or over here, and like they can generally watch like some of these areas. And then you can have someone else. So like if charger's playing all the way over here, like you can play more central, potentially get on top of spinner when it's up and start pressuring this side over here, keeping an eye on this flank over here. But really identifying just where the threats are and making sure that everything is generally covered. And it's the same thing on defense, which I think we missed a little bit, but we didn't get punished for this game. Where our charger's sitting here watching like the general tower path. You're sitting over here kind of doing the same thing, but you know, I think your general idea of not being up on this window area and instead being somewhere in this kind of area allows you to check for this flank over here, allows you to potentially check for people crossing over spinner. I think we could have been a little bit more successful in making sure that we're not getting dropped on by people pushing through great. And I would have had more of a focus on that versus sitting in this suboptimal position and trying to help and do exactly what the charger's trying to accomplish. Which again, I think you still had a lot of value with what you were doing, but we want to make sure that we don't leave our like we don't want to leave in our defensive formation. We don't want to leave like these glaring holes, because even if we don't get punished for it here, we might get punished in a future game. So I think that's honestly a big part of this. And it's going to depend on the maps and the modes. Like both of those variables will change things. Like threat locations. And this is both on offense and defense. And that's like why on offense, when tower was like awkwardly kind of back and forth in this area, that's why you can, like, if you got up onto this wall area, you can deal with anyone dropping from any of these areas, like before they get to the tower. Because them dropping in these 3 spots is very awkward for them. Or even if they want to drop this way, all of these drops are very, very awkward for them if there's someone there to punish them. If you're sitting on tower, then you can't react to any of these drops. So they don't, like, they can do it for free. But like, let's say you were sitting back here, you can potentially punish like all of these drops. And that's why, like, that's part of the reason why it's important for us to take this position when we have the space to do so. When we can get into this area before the enemy can, it's really important that we take that. So, oh shoot. I think it's important from like a strategical side. And like the more you play, like a lot of this stuff is like, it's not going to be like brand new to you by any means. I don't think you're surprised by any of the places that you're going to get flanked or pushed on or pressured by the enemy team. But we need to be aware of them at all times. And we need to be thinking about that in the context of like ensure that looks really awkward. Ensure no holes in formation. And that's where sometimes when like this person was like flanking you and they caught you in a very awkward position when you're sitting on the grate, but you know, understanding or on the spinner and like understanding if we stay on spinner in this situation, especially with a teammate, like we can focus, like this person's in a bad spot. Like they caught us off guard, but if they continue the flank, which they end up doing, like they continually put themselves in a bad spot. So we can just focus this person and keep ourselves safe from any of these other threats that are potentially like looming. And once we get those picks, then we can turn our attention back. But we put ourselves in these weird spots, and a lot of it is like very natural. You're panicked, you know, you're so focused on like, oh, this person, like the shooter's behind me, they can just run at me. And there's little things that you do in terms of your positioning and throwing down a toxic mist that are very, very good. It buys you a lot of time. And I think that's definitely one of like your strengths is like when you get into these awkward spots, you can scramble for a long time, but you don't have like an end goal. Like even when you drop and you get over here and like you're like painting a little bit over here, and then you drop down here and you like you inflate the sponge to use it for cover. It's like in the moment you can go from like place to place and stay alive for a long time, but we don't have an ultimate goal. And I want you to, when you're in these types of positions, it's really important to know like why am I doing this play? How can I get value here or not be a threat and a risk and a liability for the rest of my team? New angles. I'll just say options. And so what I mean by explore new angles and options, part of it is like just being creative. But you know, when you're the farthest forward and you're not getting pressured from these types of areas and you're sitting on tower, look to see if there's a way for you to take this space. If you're not getting pressured in front of you, maybe try to be able to take space. And it's awkward because it's like, oh, no one's on tower, so I can be sitting up here, but if we're not riding the tower, like we're not going to get points, and me being up here is useless, which technically is true. But when you have teammates that are in mid, or potentially in a lot of spots, your teammates should realistically, instead of swimming in, they should be jumping to you. But if you're like, eventually your teammates will get to it. Even if tower moves all the way back up to where the first checkpoint was, if you're holding this really, really good position to KO them, it's okay for tower to move back a little bit, which it won't move all the way back to first checkpoint. Your teammates should be on it faster. But I think one of the things that maybe is a little bit less obvious with the decisions that you make in terms of where you're pressuring, where you're throwing your toxic mist, where you're positioning yourselves, is that your decisions are like the body language indicating to your team like what you're trying to accomplish and what your goals are. So if you start taking this kind of aggressive area here, which is very safe because we get here before the enemy team, but if we position ourselves over here, that lets our teammates know that we're going for the kill. We're going for the KO. So they're like, oh, like someone's in this position. Your roller or your zap is probably thinking, oh, like if they're pressuring them from over here, I can probably sneak in this way, or I can sneak in up here, or, you know, I can use a sponge and look for a flank over here. Like there's, you being over here turns their brain into be thinking more offensively. Like, oh, there's opportunities for me to do things because they're not watching me. They're watching this person and they're trying to fight for the window over here. And it allows your teammates more opportunities to like do things. And you don't get this opportunity a lot as a backliner, but there's definitely spots that it just kind of happens, and we want to be ready to take advantage of it. I think this game and the previous game we watched, we saw good examples of it. So yeah. In exploring new options doesn't have to always be just offensively. It can also be like more defensive. When we're sitting here and we understand that like there's a threat looming of someone dropping on us, and if they drop on us at any point, no one's watching me and I'm gonna just immediately get splatted. Like A, we should know we need to do something different, but B, even if we don't know what the right decision is, let's try something. You know, let's just push up here, and maybe, you know, if we take the 1v1 of someone crossing through the spinner, maybe we don't, like, I don't know how good this is for the tri-stringer. Like once they start getting pushed, it's probably bad for you, but just try it, see how it works. You know, maybe you can go for a silly flank all the way over here. Like, would I advise this flank? Probably not, but just try it. Realistically, especially when your charger gets sniped, like we probably reposition and like sit up here or somewhere in this general area to watch and still pressure the people that are going to be pushing with the tower. But, you know, I think you have enough awareness to know that the positions that you're taking in certain spots are very awkward, and you don't have the answer to resolve it, and that's okay. I get put in a lot of awkward spots and I don't know the answer, but you just have to like try. You have to just do something else, and again, be deliberate as you can. Even if it's not well thought out, if you get put in these awkward spots, you probably want to like think through it and even go back to the review if you have to, like after the match. And really try to give yourself more time to like analyze these situations. Because in the moment, they're really hard to think about. But when you get put in them, you want to make a note somewhere and figure out, okay, if I do get put in the situation again, I need to do some work before the match so that if I get put in the situation again, I've already thought out something to do. Whether that's the right thing or not, I don't care. We make whatever that decision is, and then we can analyze. And we can start kind of formulating good and bad of like, you know, why this works, why this didn't work, and kind of work once we have more data points to be able to analyze. Super appreciate it, because positioning on this map with double backline and I'm not the tower rider, it's so awkward. Yeah, it definitely, for sure. It's just inherently going to be awkward. And sometimes it does force you to be a little bit more creative. Instead of being like the dedicated backline anchor, you might have to play slightly more mid-range to backline, and, you know. I'm not sure what the right answer is. I haven't seen enough Tri-Stringer. I don't fully know the proper answer. But I know, like, especially on like this kind of map, but I think with a lot of maps, usually there's like multiple different defensive positions that you can hold to watch. Like, you know, in most cases you can kind of break it up into like the left side of the map and the right side. And like, is your teammate watching? Like, are they focused on the left side? Okay, then we can focus on the right side. And that's not always the best. Like, that's not always optimal, but that's a good starting point if you just like don't know what to do. You know, just split the map into two. If you're watching, so if you're on offense, if you're pushing this way, like if your teammates over here on this side, assume that they're covering this, they're covering this, they're covering this. And just assume that anything on the right side they're focused on. And then you on the left side, you're focusing up here, you're focusing this flank, you're making sure that you're not going to get dropped on from this very far side. And it's like these are less likely. It's like this is the only real one. So us just focusing on this one area maybe isn't the most optimal of positioning, but at least it gives us a starting point. You know, oh, I checked there's no paint over here, so they're not coming this way. I've painted over this area and they haven't painted back over, so they're not flanking. And you know, I've poked at this area and I've thrown a toxic mist and I haven't seen anyone. So maybe it's like, okay, now we've kind of we can come to the conclusion in a specific moment in time that no one's going to be pushing from this side of the map. And so if no one's pushing from the side of the map, maybe we take Spinner and we take the Grate ourselves. Maybe we go for this funny flank and get a snipe on their back line. You know, that's where the creativity comes in. But we have to have some sort of like, some way to shape ourselves. And if you have no idea how to shape ourselves, just left and right. Just pick left and right. We can be more intelligent and more deliberate over time, but that's just like a starting point that we can just generally work with on all maps. Next time I'm in open, or next time, yeah, on that map, I'll end up double backline again. I'll test some stuff out. Good to hear, good to hear. Yeah, that testing is just the important part. And like physically making notes, that's something I need to get better at whenever I watch other, like when I watch a lot of pro play, either in tournaments or like solo queue. And I make a lot of mental notes, but I want to get into the better habit of like physically writing down notes. Like I need to be more deliberate when I'm like reviewing other players. It's just a lot of effort and sometimes I get lazy, but if I actually want to improve, I like need to be very deliberate and like write stuff down. Because the thing about it is that I'll review something like 3 months ago and I won't see that scenario until like 3 months later. And I'm like, oh, I remember the situation, but I don't remember the resolution. Like there's some stuff where I like I'm able to test it and practice it like that day, and I don't really need the mental notes, or I don't need more than the mental notes, but the physical notes help when you run into issues like later on. So, yeah, overall, I think you played it very well. It's just optimizing the positions that we're taking, both on offense and defense, I think is the biggest thing. But in terms of like awkwardness between Charger and Tri-Stringer as a double backline, it felt pretty organic in this situation. Obviously, every situation isn't going to go this well. And, you know, if you feel like you and your teammates are starting to step on each other's toes, that's where at that point I just, at the very baseline, and hopefully over time you can come up with more complex ways of thinking about certain maps and modes. You know, like each position is very specific and we want to try to take advantage. But if we're not at that point yet on a specific map or mode, then just separate the map left and right. If you're sitting in a spot and then they like are sitting in the same spot as you, then just like let them have it and then just reposition, focusing on areas of the map that they are unable to do. And then if you're not seeing any action, then you can start looking to, you know, update what you're trying to do. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that answers some of your questions. And I think, like you said, it at least gives you some new things to test out the next time that you play the maps. That's about all that I can ask. That's probably what I would most recommend someone come out of a review kind of thinking. Is like, this makes sense. I'm going to play matches afterwards. It's not going to go as I'm expecting, but all I can do is try and you know, update the way that I think about the game, update, you know, little pieces that get pointed out. Maybe there's something that we can kind of take advantage of. Massive Reborn coaching area. We love to see it. There's definitely a lot of tangents, and in the same way, a lot of new faces, friendly faces, a lot of generosity with the reviews. So I definitely appreciate everyone. I know I have better matches. You only get to see that. Yeah, for sure. And that's like, you know, that goes back to you have to kind of take your ego out of it when it comes to a lot of this, because you are putting yourselves in a very vulnerable position, like submitting a review. And that's why I don't want to see stomps, because someone could send me a game where they go 20-0 and they don't have any problems with anything, and it's like, yeah, you look good for everyone else, but you know, a very level-headed person is gonna be like, they're gonna understand that like people are gonna have good games and people are gonna have bad games. And if you feel like you have to if you submit a review and feel like you have to go like 20-0 and stomp the enemy team, then you know, there's probably an even bigger underlying issue outside of just the reviewing that specific game. Yo, what's up, Sage? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you had a nice spot, Phil. Always makes me laugh. That's what I'm saying. I'm here for it. But yeah. Anyways, that'll be it for tonight. We'll be getting through more reviews over time, but just for right now, don't want to, especially early on in the week, I don't want to ruin the schedule because I need to get back into other routines. So yeah. But before I go, again, so much generosity from you all. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Kurda, for the reviews. Thank you, Lummo, for the the raid. Y'all are so kind with the raids. Hearing anecdotes of people finding me on YouTube and finding the Twitch channel is like super, super humbling for me, and I really appreciate it. I condense a lot of these reviews. I try to make them under 20 minutes. Sometimes they can take an hour and a half, 2 hours. I think being here and like participating is definitely useful. I have a good time. Hopefully, you know, it can be a good time, and you know, so some stuff definitely has to get cut out for the video. But you know, that's another way to kind of consume stuff. And I try to make it very digestible, truly no fluff, and really hit the theme of whatever it is that that review entails. But there's also other guides. I have a painting guide that I should be able to put in more time this week. Just kind of moving past some of the competitive stuff and having more time to really focus on the content creation side when I do have free time. So there's definitely a painting guide coming out. I would like to do some reviews of high level players. I think going over my process when I watch like pro players or like top level JP players, when I watch their streams of them playing solo queue or them playing a tournament, I think it'd be interesting to kind of like go through that process live here. Because I do a lot of that like outside of streaming, but I think it might be interesting for other people. Both to expose people to like those players and like their, you know, part of it is like I want to promote the YouTube links or the open rec links, or you know, wherever I'm watching their content, like I want to promote that so other people can find them. Because some of them have like, for as talented as they are, they have like less than like, they have like 1,000 or maybe 2,000 like subs on like YouTube, for example. And it's like they're producing like very high quality content to like gameplay basically. And you can just do so much with it. And I want to try to give them like a platform and stuff. I mean, like they have bigger platforms than me, but you know, if you're someone like me in the Western scene that has a hard time like seeing some of those other players, I at least have, you know, the people that I watch. So I would like to kind of demonstrate that. And there's a lot of other like just more structured videos that I would like to kind of go through. I'd really like to do a series on like kind of competing and learning that's like not specific examples, but just like a lot of general, not tips, but like how we had like a conversation about risk taking that I really enjoyed today. that I think Evelyn was talking about a little bit in chat. But like talking about risk taking and how the like there isn't really a good guide on like taking risk when you're playing a competitive game. It's not really a Splatoon specific thing, but it definitely applies in Splatoon. And there's a lot of like competitive, you know, reading the opponent, trying to find flaws in what the opponent's doing. Like there's very specific topics that I have ideas for that I'd like to do. Also, I think there's like little moments in when I'm watching other people play or whenever I play my own games, like if I am playing off stream, there was like one video that I think would be really good. There was like a Manta Maria TC game where we had like we lost the lead right before overtime, but we retook tower for overtime, and we had like the push. It was like the most coordinated, perfect push I've ever had in solo queue, where like the team needed to do very specific things and like everyone played their role perfectly. And I kind of just wanted like, it'd just be like a fun thing to kind of talk through and like highlight, you know, I was playing Orange Zap and I was doing something very specific. We had a Splat Dualies that did something very specific on the map. I think we had a Squiffer and a Junior, and it's just like everyone played their role perfectly. And I kind of just, I think it'd be interesting to like showcase that. So I have a lot of ideas that I'd like to do. And I think there's still a little bit of a technology piece in terms of editing and everything. Like I need to continue to learn in order to make like higher quality videos. But I have some ideas to kind of poke around and try some new stuff. So hopefully we can continue to make some interesting content there. So, you know, the streams will definitely be more frequent. I've been kind of like 1 day a week over the last couple of weeks because I've been busy, but I'm trying to get back to 3 to 5 days a week, ideally. And I want to be more consistent on the YouTube side. So if you don't follow, like if you're here on Twitch, definitely, you know, appreciate it. But if you don't follow the YouTube channel, there's definitely gonna be a lot of content. Hopefully it'll continue to increase in quality, but there's gonna be a lot of stuff in the future. So definitely there will be a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily being done on the Twitch channel that will be there. So if you're interested in some of those different topics and conversations and stuff, I'm still figuring out the structure of everything, but do not want to miss out. So yeah. Anyways, let me find someone to raid real quick. Who is streaming? Kyo's streaming. Kyo's cool. Kyo's very good at the video game. Sometimes they play a little bit more. So anyone that doesn't know Kyo's like a top player, like NA champion, like multiple times across Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3. They're not on like a dedicated team now, but have like, you know, one of the largest histories in competitive Splatoon. So thank you so much, Fizz. I appreciate you. And thank you again for the review. You are wonderful. We still need to play a TC open rotation together. We need to coordinate that sometime. Maybe we can do that during stream one day. That's also another thing I want to do more of. But yeah, I need to get out of here. Anyways, Kyo's fantastic. Very strong at the game. Has a very good mind for the game. But it's kind of doing a more chill stream now. But if for whatever reason you don't know who Kyo is, you need to follow them. You need to, you know, when they play in tournaments, you need to watch. When they're commentating tournaments, you need to watch. If they do anything on the competitive side, sometimes they can be a little bit trolly, but behind the trolling is one of the smartest minds, especially in the West, that you'll find playing Splatoon. So go enjoy them and enjoy your week. Drink water. Make sure you get walks in and are able to get a little bit of exercise. Enjoy the weather, depending on regionally where you're at. Yeah, I might be back tomorrow. I can't guarantee it, but that's the plan. And I'll talk to y'all soon. So take care. Have a good night. There we go.